Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Let's see. How's our audio? My audio looks a little quiet,
How
actually.
about mine? Can
Wait.
tell us which of us is louder.
Oh, no. Sorry, zetamath's audio isn't coming through at all for some reason.
Oh,
That's
interesting,
fun.
interesting.
Uh, okay. Technical issues right off the bat. Oh, you can
Oh,
hear Zetam?
D-Web can hear me. So maybe I live in D-Web's head. Maybe that's possible. If no one else can hear me, but uh,
Weird.
Jay says I'm loud. Uh, do I need to turn down the gain on my thing, or do you want to try and handle it on your end?
I have no idea what's happening.
Well,
I
why don't
can.
I turn down the gain so that I'm not in the yellow anymore? Does that sound good?
Okay.
Okay. How? Okay. How about? No, that's still too loud. Okay, let's see how this does. That's still that's a little quieter, still pretty loud. Uh Zeta sounds like I'm on the headphone mic. Oh, that's not good. Uh Maybe it's not actually the correct mic
There
that
we
is configured
go.
for me. Uh are you it sounds like you have me on like the laptop mic or something.
I don't think I
Let me
do.
let me see if there's some way that I can fix that. Uh
I should be better
Properties.
now.
It's well, on OBS I'm on the right mic at least,
No, it's Zoom
but
that matters.
Zoom. Okay, so on Zoom I'm on the wrong mic. Okay, let me grab Zoom.
You don't sound
Uh
like you're on the wrong mic.
I need to find the settings in Zoom. 1 second. I'm not sure where the Zoom setting is to put me on the right mic. Uh let's see,
Under
maybe over
audio.
here. Settings, audio. Yep, you absolute. No, the mic it says the mic is right. For the thing.
One thing. Hang on. I'm going to come change a setting on your thing.
Okay. Uh but yeah, my mic is actually, according to it, almost as low a volume as it could possibly be, which is very weird, but there's all sorts of settings with this thing that confuse me. Uh but Tristan is gonna try and fix it. Uh are you gonna like lower the gain over there or something? Because
Where?
like this, if I turn this too much, it just goes to zero.
Yeah. Where are your settings?
There in the, if you wanted that, I just found them. No, no, I had them a second. There's an extra zoom window that I'm not now seeing anymore. Zoom. There we go. That's the window we need here. Settings. Audio.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Say something.
Did that help at all with what my sound sounds like?
Oh, yeah. It
Uh,
sounds way better now.
okay, good. So this is somehow a Zoom issue. Uh, Alrighty. Well, sorry for all the technical issues. How is my volume now? Uh, and hey, Torvald, great to have you again. Yeah, it has been a bit since I've seen your name in chat. Uh, and yeah, Marty's definitely. I love how we have all of these generations of setters. My volume is still too loud, so Tristan can tell me if I'm supposed to turn the dial on my mic down even lower. There's only so much lower it can go, but should I try and turn it down a little bit lower?
Yeah, it's not the dial. It's the volume setting in the settings, the Zoom settings.
The Zoom settings.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the dial is definitely in the wrong spot. But I can do
My
this.
OBS is being
Okay.
weird. Hang on.
How is that? I have lowered it by about a third from what it was in Zoom
Well, to
before.
me, you
So
sound super quiet, but
tell me tell me in chat how that is. Technical issues stream today. Let's see. Yeah, MicroStudy says it's something still off with my mic. Now we sound about the same as each other. So
Okay.
that might mean we're both too quiet. But at least we sound that. Let's see. Maybe we should each bump it up by a little bit. So I'll bump mine up by a little bit, and you can bump yours up by a little bit as well.
Yeah, you're like super quiet on my end. I have my
Yeah,
why?
something's weird with the way Tristan has this set up today. I don't know exactly what happened. Okay, now we sound fine. Does this almost sound like my normal microphone?
Well, it's because it's coming through Zoom and your laptop has a shitty processor. Uh,
Garion
and
says I sound good now. Uh, let's see. Yeah, MicroStudy says it sounds like it's going through 2 layers of recording, so some setting is probably off. Uh, it's interesting how you can tell that someone is too loud on audio, even if the like volume, you could adjust it to be quiet and it still sounds too loud. Okay, perhaps Tristan is still a little too quiet, it says. Or sorry, Dumpus says.
Tristan is still quiet. Okay. Yeah, OBS is being super weird for me right now.
Yeah, so maybe the issue is your OBS and not my processor.
Like your
Because
audio
we've
isn't
done this
even
plenty of times before.
showing. Your audio isn't even displaying on my OBS right now.
I've usually found OBS to be quite reliable, DWeb, but maybe we're having our balancing out for that. Suddenly it is not. I really assumed at first it was something like that my audio was going through the camera or something weird like that, as has happened before, but it really says my audio is going through the speaker that is right in front of my face that you can just barely not see. Uh, uh, oh, you figured it out? Did you fix it, Tristan?
I'm working on it.
Do you have my audio going through the wrong way or something? That would make sense for us.
No, it's because I upgraded my operating system.
Ah, yes, that will do it. You should have known better.
So then I also needed to upgrade loopback so that it would not be insane. Now you're showing up on my OBS.
Hooray. So now I'm too quiet. If I'm too quiet, I can certainly bump this dial up. So this is back at full,
Now
so
we
to
look
speak.
about the same on my OBS.
Okay, well that seems like progress. What does everyone in chat think? Is this the content you came here for? Is this what everyone was hoping today would be?
Hot content.
Yes, exactly. This is we should definitely upload this as a separate video for the members so they can really enjoy this. This is exclusive member content. Yeah, MicroStudy just wants 4 hours of us fixing our audio. Okay. So I think now it sounds like we're about the same and sound better. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm gonna close or I'll minimize the OBS. Okay. All right. So now we're perhaps ready to talk about this puzzle. Tristan now can't hear me.
No, I can
Uh,
hear you. Yeah. Sorry, I was just making sure. Okay, we're good to go. The rules to this puzzle for anyone who wants to read them are in the video description.
and at the LMD link pinned above.
Yes, either one.
Or for some portion of our audience, they will wish the rules were always in German. And so they will find this better. But
Well, I'm
anyway,
just not
we'll go over
displaying
the
the German
rules.
rules.
Oh, you're just not displaying the German. Okay, yeah. So the reason why the rules are not on screen is because the CTC link has the rules in German. But I'll go over them, and I want
Darn
to
it.
show you this sample puzzle, which I guess Tristan is responsible for figuring out how to do. But we have here a grid where we need to draw a loop that does feature diagonal lines. So first rule is that it involves diagonal lines. The loop still isn't allowed to cross itself. And there are no rules about regions being visited at all. So regions can be not visited, and regions can be visited more than once. Both of those are fine. Okay. The only thing that the regions matter for is A, their color, which I'll talk about in a second, and B, the number in them, which is just the number of cells that are visited. So this 4 clue here, I'm assuming they can see my cursor, and what I'm pointing at is saying that there are 4 total cells visited in here.
Not
So
really.
yeah, so the intuition here is going to be a little bit tricky. But each color, and this fascinates me, each non-white color is associated with an angle, and that angle is uniformly the angle that is present in those colors. So, for example, in the solution that I think is on screen that you can see perhaps, green is 90 degrees, and so every time the loop is on a green cell, there's a 90-degree turn. Okay. And the puzzle doesn't distinguish between a 90-degree turn and a 270-degree turn, which took me a long time to figure out. I will confess. But note that can be like a diagonally 90 degrees. Diagonally 90 degrees is still 90 degrees. That's fine. Okay. And so even if you know the turn is 90 degrees, there's still 2 ways it could go. And so the colors correspond to 0 degrees, 45 degrees, 90 degrees, and 135 degrees in total. So all of that is true. White cells can be anything, and they don't have to be the same anything from thing to thing. And yes, 45 and 135 are different because 135 is you're mostly going back the way you came. So yeah, so this to me, this is the 135. You're going this way. I hope you can see the cursor. You're going up, and then you make a turn of 135 degrees to the left, and then you end up going back mostly the way you came. And then weirdly, it's weird to me that this is actually the 135-degree turn, I think, because it's 135 degrees from the vertical line that doesn't continue. But anyway, that is how that works. Whereas the 45-degree turn is what's happening in yellow, where you were going straight, but now you're veering off slightly to the left or veering off slightly to the right. So there's veering slightly, turning left and right, and veering a lot. So we can call them slightly, a lot, none, and left and right. And again, white cells can be anything. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is pull out my loop tool and visit the cell, or mark the cells that I know are visited, because this cell has to be visited because there's a 1, so 1 of 1. All of these have to be visited, and all of these have to be visited. That one has to be visited. Are there any other ones? Are all colors different? I'm going to let Tristan answer any rules questions that occur. So Tristan will be the one who has to answer that question. I believe that is given, that all colors are different, but I'm not sure. Also, chat says the grid is not correctly displayed,
Yes,
Tristan.
all colors are different. Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me fix the grid. If I can find OBS.
The yellow at the bottom tells us, yeah, yellow definitely can't be 0 because of this visited yellow, because there's no line that goes through this even diagonally that could be going through here 0. I believe this is a New Glum Hippo genre, which has me quite excited, because the last New Glum Hippo genre puzzle I quite enjoyed as well. So Russ is pointing out this little cell sort of in its own dead end down here. I feel like we have some channel name for a dead end like this, like a Star Destroyer or something, but I forget exactly what the terminology is. Someone in chat will know the lore. But this can't be a 0-degree turn, and it can't be a 135-degree turn either, because the actually, sorry, it can't be a.
Doesn't it have to be
Could be a
135?
135-degree turn. I think. Yeah, so it could be a 135-degree turn like this. That's a 135-degree turn. So I think it has to be either 90 or 135. But I think there's a temptation, and so I think this is the confusion to call that a 45-degree turn, but that's not a 45-degree turn. Because you were previously, let me draw this because this confused me for a second. Sven, what are you doing to me? Nope, stop. Nope. Center only. Okay, let's put it in center only. If you were not to turn, you would go here. So if you make a 45-degree turn from that, you go that way or that way. This is a 45-degree turn from someone coming here. Whereas this, you've actually changed that distance from what you were going before. So you've made a tight turn if you want. We can call them tight turns and loose turns or whatever, but this is a 135-degree turn from what the angle is. Yeah, so but anyway, this has to be the tight turn or a 90-degree turn are the only options for yellow. I definitely did not find this intuitive either. I was convinced, actually, when I was reading the rules, I was convinced the 135 was a typo and it was supposed to be 315. That is what I until I like really carefully thought through this, because I was thinking like, isn't this a 315-degree turn? And the answer is no, it is not a 315-degree turn. So yeah, so I only was able to articulate it because I spent a while staring at it in advance of us doing the puzzle. Okay, so yeah, so this can only be a tight turn or a right-left turn for yellow. So that means we're not ever going through these, because going through these from here to here, that would be as... Actually, sorry, does it mean that? It doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Because I could still do... sorry,
One of them is 0 degrees.
Yeah, one of them is 0 degrees. It's not green. Oh, no, it could be green because this cell doesn't have to be visited. So we can't quite rule that out or in. Let's see. DWeb says you could right angle stuff as well. Yeah, we could do some... Sorry, we could do absolute nonsense like this. Just like that. Some sort of nonsense. That probably
that breaks
if you
actually.
think more about other stuff, but that's okay. Because
I don't think it breaks also in a way made a
is...
right angle in blue.
I don't think it breaks in a way that is useful to contemplate. And of course, I guess this yellow up in this corner also tells us that that this is either 40. This is either the tight turn or that. Okay, so Sarah has asked for a demonstration of the types of turn. So so this is a 0 degree turn going from here to there. That's a 0 degree turn. This is a 90-degree turn going from here to there. This is a 135-degree turn going from here to here. And this is a 45-degree turn going from here to here. But I think I'm going to refer to them as tight turn, straight, veering turn, and left right, I think is the useful thing to do. I don't like acute and obtuse because the actual angle is being measured with going straight ahead, and so this is an acute angle, but the acute angle is acute with a line that's not in the grid, and that's horrible. And I so anyway, this is like it's funny that in this puzzle, like the thing you want to call an acute angle is the 135-degree one, so I'm just not going to use acute and obtuse. But anyway, it's basically if you're going straight forward, it's the four different directions you could go. If I'm going straight forward, going up here, I can either keep going, I can turn slightly, turn a lot, or turn a lot. So we have all of those. Okay. Acute complementary and obtuse complementary. Let's see. Yeah, so we should call it the a lot turn. So yellow is either a lot or a lot. That is our deduction so far. And one of them is 0. Do we have any idea which one it is 0 or any of them that so we know yellow is not 0. We can't visit all of these corners. In fact, we can visit at most 2 corners for whatever it's worth.
Wait, how do we know yellow isn't 0?
How do we know yellow isn't 0? Because I have to visit this cell.
Yeah, but couldn't it just pass straight through it horizontally?
If it passes straight through horizontally, it goes outside the grid, honey.
Oh, it's just not allowed to go outside the grid?
I mean, you're the rules czar for this puzzle, but I would be completely shocked if it turned out that going outside the grid was an allowable thing in a puzzle of any kind, unless explicitly stated otherwise. But I don't think we're allowed to leave the grid.
Then doesn't that mean that yellow must be 135?
Why couldn't it be 90?
Oh.
Okay, so if green is 0 degrees, then Carl's point is we can't visit this region 3 times. So if green is 0 degrees, we could visit it. Oh, that's going to be a problem that we aren't allowed to visit the blue cell. CTC won't allow it, and we're not allowed to visit this green cell either. So we might have to see part of the loop in our minds.
I think Garion is right here.
So Carl's point is that yellow's not 0 and green is definitely not 0 either, because there's just no way to visit this, even with I'm trying to make sure there's no diagonally straight lines. But yeah, the only like 0 degree turn we could allow, we could visit this twice with a 0 degree turn. So I don't think green can be 0 either. See, Garion thinks this breaks if yellow is 135 degrees. So if yellow is 135 degrees, we end up with something like that.
And then where do you turn 135 degrees from there?
So yeah, so now it's going that way. So like that, for example, would be fine, right?
Maybe that's true.
Yeah, I think it would be forcing, and it's possible that it forces green and red to be the same. But I don't. I think
red
it
could be 0
no,
and
it forces
green could be
no.
90.
In this instance, yeah, red would be 0 and green would be 90.
And red could even be 45.
No, red could not be 45. There's nowhere to make a 45-degree turn there.
Into blue? Into
that's 130. That's 135-degree turn, honey. That's 135-degree, right? Oh no, that is 45. No, you're right. Lord.
That's 45.
Yep, you're right. I retract my claim that you had it backwards. It's a little turn, yes. Right. Whereas the yellow is a lot turn. Okay, so yeah, this is hard to visualize. Yeah. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to get a lot out of that and that. Uh, so, so
Well,
green's
the,
not 0. Is there anything else we can rule that green isn't because of this?
so I want to talk about yellow again because of the bottom, we know that yellow is not 0.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so that
It's either a lot or a lot, a lot.
right. But look at the regions that surround the tall yellow region that has to be visited. The one on the left can only be visited once.
That's a good observation.
But the loop has to wiggle in and out of that 5 somehow.
And that's a 2.
So how could it be 90 degrees?
See, I'm just going to try. Yeah, I don't think I can quite make that work because I could do something like that, but that's too many. Uh, do that. Uh, it feels difficult for me to make yellow 90 degrees, but I don't know that I
So
have a proof that it cannot be.
on either side of those 4 lower cells, only 3 of those cells can be visited. Those
So 3
cells.
of
We
those
only get to
cells.
visit 3 of those cells max.
I agree with that.
And those 3 cells have to serve.
Uh,
I guess if it is 90, that lets us pass from one yellow cell to another yellow cell.
I
'Cause
mean,
if
we're
it's a,
always going to have to pass from one yellow cell to another regardless, right? I think that's probably going to be the case, regardless of what this does. Even that doesn't work. Uh, yeah, I don't love yellow being 90, but I can't. Oh, sorry, I was trying to draw the wrong angle. That's the angle that yellow can't be.
right.
So if yeah, isn't it even worse if yellow is the a lot? I think it's even
I
worse.
think it is even worse.
So I think yellow has to be 90 degrees actually. Because if I do the a lot, I can't connect yellow to yellow ever. And so this yellow and
Can't
this
you?
yellow. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Let's try and
Like,
do that yellow to that yellow and do that to that, that to that. This going like that. Oh yeah, there we go. That works. Okay, so there's a yellow is a lot proof of concept. Uh, actually, we even with this we even used one fewer blue than we needed. So that option works. Uh,
okay, now
okay,
let's
so
get a
yellow
proof
could
of.
be a lot. Could yellow be a lot? Uh, so
MicroStudy says our proof of concept broke if we extended it. Or it
uh
does 90 degrees break. Let's try
oh
90
right. That
degrees.
reminds me that Jay Dyer made a script that I need installed to make the heart go away in YouTube chat because the heart always covers exactly what chat wants me to see.
I only noticed that immediately before we started stream, and it's like, well,
Uh,
it's too late to do that for this stream.
uh, okay, so the 4 lowest circles in yellow have to visit a blue cell next to it if it's 90 degrees. Uh, well, this one doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh no, it does. Right. Because even if I do come up from green, I still have to visit a blue next to it. This one, yeah, the right. Okay, so okay, I think I like Carl's proof,
I
which
like
is that all four of these cells claim a blue if yellow is 90 degrees. I think that's true. So I think that means that yellow is in fact a lot, which I think guarantees us this connection. Uh, because of that. Uh,
start diagonally bottom right with 90.
oh yeah, maybe we could do. Oh right, sorry. Yeah, we're assuming here that we're assuming here that we're not doing that kind of thing. I think.
Well,
Uh,
let's try it.
uh, oh, I can't do exactly that because that puts 90 uh in the other place. Uh,
Right. That makes yellow and blue 90.
uh, let's see. First and second yellow could be 90-degree V's, not touching blue. So that one, there's no 90-degree V for this one. Oh,
But
right.
that
Sorry, it's
one.
that one. Okay.
Now let's try and
Yes.
make the
Okay. Right. So yeah. So it's not true that the four bottom blues need something because
but
it was true when we were assuming there weren't diagonals, but there are diagonals.
but let's try and
Uh,
make the bottom three work in this case.
I mean, isn't it as easy as doing that? And a million variations on that. I think there's no obstacle to do
Yeah,
this.
so now what is blue?
I mean,
Uh
we can't look this far ahead.
yeah, I
Uh,
don't think we
uh,
can because
because this is not the only arrangement. This is a random arrangement that works with this. So
and blue could be 45 in this case, so that doesn't uh
uh
this even works if blue is 45. So if this breaks, it's a huge look ahead.
uh uh so do we get anything from thinking about this yellow too? Uh I can't imagine that we do. Uh
We might have to go to saying obtuse and acute and just say 45 is obtuse and 135 is acute and just do that.
I am fine with this. I will reluctantly accept that 135 degrees is an acute angle. Uh uh so I mean I wish we could do something like saying that the one in here has to connect to yellow. I mean, I guess here's a really silly thing. None of these can connect to each other because it's a one. And so if any of them connected to each other, then that would be two. Uh, I don't know if that does anything, but it seems like a useful observation that maybe we could do something with. Uh, I think the A is a mistyped R because A and R are kind of near each other on a keyboard. They're only 3 keys away. Uh, uh, Yes, this is the colorblind friendly version, so that you can see even if you can't tell the difference between R and A colors, then it's labeled for you. But this is actually supposed to be an R.
Are A and R
Auburn.
next to each other on a German keyboard? They're not, aren't they?
Yeah, there's also a stray unmarked region over here, which funnily enough is also A in color. So yeah, so we've got this yellow. I feel like, is there some universe where we can make use of the fact that maybe we can prove none of these three internal ones can be visited in this because of this Xing, but I don't see how. Unfortunately.
How many stars is this? 4.
We know that green is not 0, at least. We know that yellow is not 0. So either blue is 0 or red is 0. Is it worth asking what happens if blue is 0 in this instance? Because if blue is 0 in this instance, it means we have a straight across line somewhere through here. If red is 0, how on earth does this work? Can you give me a way that red... Yeah, I guess it would be fine if it was that. That would actually be okay. Or even that, I guess. Oh, right. All right. Russ is pointing out I'm missing the fact that it could go straight through like that, because that's a 0-degree turn if blue is 0. That's true. So if yellow is 90 up here, J40 is asking, what does that make red and green? Because
Then
red and
neither
green
one
have
of
to be
them
different.
neither one of them could be 135 for sure.
Yes.
Because then it would make a pretty small loop.
Right. Yeah. If either of so if yellow is 90, then one of these is 0, and it would have to be red, because we already established that green can't be 0. So if yellow is 90, red has to do that. And green now has to be the one we haven't said yet, right?
Well, this is not the point. The point is that if yellow is 90, red and green cannot be 135. So if yellow is 90, blue is 135.
I mean, the point here is, what is green now, right? Green
no,
is
the
now...
point is what is blue, because now we have to look at that with regards to our 5 yellow region and the 1 and 2. So if we try to make yellow 90, we must make blue 135. So how do we make that work? Which I don't think we can.
That feels way less natural than asking what green is. Because green is what in this picture? Green is
45.
Yeah, green is yeah. Green has to be 45. So it would have to be that, right? And then that, and then that, and then that. I guess that works. So maybe we do have to think about what blue is, but that seems that doesn't feel like a break-in to a puzzle. To say, look at this top right. I mean, it's a natural thing for us to do, but I'm trying to understand the logic Glum Hippo intended, and I don't think if this is 90 degrees, then look at this totally other random part of the grid. Is the natural thing to do. But green can't be 90 if yellow is 90, because if yellow is 90, then nothing else can be 90, is the part of the rules, Jay. So your claim now, Tristan, just so I understand it, is that now we can't make it work with blue being 0?
Well,
Because blue has
I
to be 0 now. No, sorry, blue's not 0. Blue is
blue
what?
would be 135.
Blue is 135.
If yellow is 90, blue is 135. That is the consequence of the upper right.
Right.
So if blue is a lot, or sorry, if yellow is a lot, then blue is a lot.
Yeah.
So now let's get a proof of concept with yellow being 90 and blue being 135.
And we know, by the way, if yellow is 90, we also get this. So I don't know that that does anything either, though.
Well, that let's see. Okay. Then yeah. All right. But
I mean, and I guess here, like, blue is acute, so it can't go down because that would kill red. So it has to turn that way.
yeah.
Again, this can't come down, so it has to turn that way. So now, again, this can't turn backwards there, or it would cross itself, so it would go that way. And this can't turn backwards there, so it would go that way.
Yeah.
Uh,
I really want to look at the 5 yellow and the surrounding blues in this case.
I mean, tell me anything that you see about them and it would be helpful. But saying try and draw it and figure out you can't draw it is not a useful way to come up with a proof that you can't draw it.
Let's see. If I annotate, I wonder if chat, can you see me drawing on the screen here? Like I've just drawn a big squiggle on the screen. Can you see it?
Given the color you chose, they have to be on a very, very high resolution to see it at all, because
Okay,
when you first
can
asked
see
that,
it.
I asked if I could. I wasn't even sure I could see it, but
yeah, okay. So I can draw on the screen and
but maybe the answer is it is possible to make blue work, in which case I think trying to draw it and figuring out that you can would be very useful. But I don't think it's going to be possible, but I don't know how we're going to prove it's not possible.
so if we do that, then yellow has to be 90, so we would do like that. And then blue is 135, so we do that. Yellow goes like that. Then like that, then that.
Crap, it's going to work.
And like that.
Yep, and now we're out.
And then somehow we do that as well.
Yep.
Or that. So that does work.
Yeah, I fear that yes, this may in fact work. So I think this might be a case of it was so obvious to both of us this wasn't going to work, that we let ourselves extend really far, but this is actually what has to happen. I think this is the solution now. So
what?
Oh, there's an extra clue that we don't have, I am being told.
Blue where? Yes. How did that happen?
So there's supposed to be a 2 here that we don't have.
How did that happen? Maybe it got edited? Okay.
Yeah, maybe someone should investigate if there's
Now I'm
further clues.
comparing the rest of the numbers in the puzzle. I
Keep in mind, by
think
the way, we're not going to be able to draw in like this cell or this cell, so or that cell. So I don't know if that means anything, but just be warned, we're not actually going to be able to draw the whole loop in.
okay, that
Uh,
was the only missing number or the only missing clue.
uh, does this 2 tell us that blue isn't 0? Is that the point? I mean,
Whoops.
I'm not confident that it does. But if it did tell us that blue wasn't 0, then it would tell us that red was 0, which feels like it would help maybe. Uh, but I don't know. Kristen is drawing purple dots on chat now, I see. Uh, this is a mystery to me. Is the question something like, can this cell be visited? Because if this cell is visited, then blue and yellow are a 135-90 pair. I don't know that that does anything, though. I'll be right back, but you can draw on the grid.
Oh, great. What is this puzzle? Yeah, this puzzle is listed as 4 stars, but it doesn't have enough solves to confirm that. So, I agree with that, Jays. So we visit this. Uh, that's probably true, microstudy.
I do agree with microstudy. I feel like once we get like a little bit of traction in the grid, then sort of everything is going to almost have to fall apart by nature of how constrained it's going to be.
So if yellow is 135, then green is 90, says Selena.
Okay, let's see. Carl agrees. So yeah, so we're bifurcating on the other option now. So if yellow is a lot, then we know we have this connection. And we know we have this connection, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so yellow now has to turn. Right. Right. This is the one where we end up getting a Z, right? Because yellow has to now turn from here into one of these. So both of these are visited. It's just a question of whether they're visited like that or visited like that.
But we know green isn't 0. But I don't know that that tells us.
Right. If we do this, oh no, if we do that, it makes green 90 for sure.
Right.
Because green can't do that without green being the same as yellow. So if we do that, it makes green 90. If we do
If we do
this,
that,
it forces green.
to
Oh,
be
it forces green to be
45.
45. So the question is, can this work with green being 45? And I think we
And
drew in an
then-
example before where it did.
And then red has to be 90.
And red has to be 90. That's right. So now this has to turn there.
And so therefore blue is 0 because we've used everything else.
So then
I do agree with Ilm that blue is never 90. Now we know actually. Ooh, wait.
So this is the case that Selena and Carl believed they had disproved in their head. So if one of them wants to say why this immediately breaks, I would be very happy.
Okay, let's follow the other end. So let's make a. Yes, yeah, okay. Follow from here.
Okay. So
that
this
goes
needs
up.
to go.
Because yellow is 135.
Goes
so it
there,
can...
right?
No, that's 45.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yellow, right? This is in yellow. So yeah, so
right.
this needs to go. Your arrow is pointing at the wrong place.
Sorry.
This
goes
needs
up.
to go. Yeah, this needs to go up.
And then
and so
blue
now
is
this goes into blue,
45.
which I can't actually draw, but it goes into blue. And then it breaks because blue is 0.
Yeah.
Lakia, this is the missing 2 right here. Okay, so I agree that this form of Z breaks. So I think I agree that this form of Z breaks. So I think in the universe where, wait, which one was that? That was that one. So I think we end up with this Z as the only so I think this Z is one universe and the 90-degree corner is the other universe. So green here has to be 90 because green can't go here. So green has to be 90. And red, red is either 0 or 40 or 0 or 45.
Right. So yellow is always 90 or 135. Green.
Oh, that's true. Selena's point. This vertical segment is in both universes.
Huh.
So green has to do that because green is 90 degrees in this universe.
And then then yellow, let's see, then we get no, stop. Not arrow.
So yellow has to go back into green and then it breaks. If I understand yellow's options, because yellow can't go back that way, so yellow has to go back that way. Oh no, that doesn't break because now that happens. And now yellow backs up into yellow because yellow can't enter green anymore. So yellow comes back here. And now it can't cross itself, so it goes there. Yeah, this is the universe we drew in 30 minutes ago, I think. Give or take. So now red is either 0 or 45 in both things. Let's see. This is a good looking loop. I agree with microstudy. Let's see. So
do we try to break?
So we've used a lot and a lot. So 0 and so 0 and 45 are the only ones that are left for red and blue.
There is no yellow 0 universe microstudy. Oh, yellow 90. I don't think we know. I guess
So
if yellow
green
is
here is
90,
90. I don't think I know a whole lot about what green being
if
90
yellow
is
is
going to
90,
look
green
like.
must be 45, I think.
Uh, Yellow must be 0 because blue cannot be.
I don't think we've proven blue can't be 0.
Can you tell me why blue can't be 0, Trisha? Uh, uh, hmm. So maybe we rewind and try and break the other universe, and
Yeah.
Tristan saves a screenshot of this so that we can put it back when we're done.
Oh God. Sure.
Because I don't want to redo this. So we're gonna bifurcate in the other universe for a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna slap this corner into the Discord.
Okay, so we have a screenshot, so I can unwind and try the other one.
Yeah, it's in the zetamath Discord.
Okay, so the other option is that, why does this have a circle? I don't think that was intended to have a circle. The other option is that yellow is 90, in which case the universe starts like this, and in which case this down here looks like this. And we did a whole bunch from there to figure out what had to happen. So green can't be 90, so green has to be 45, because if it's 0, it doesn't work.
Yep.
And now red can't be 90, and red can't be 135, so red is 0.
Yep.
So red is 0.
So what's
green
blue
is
now?
135. No, sorry, green is 45.
Green is 45. So now blue
Yellow
is 135.
90. Blue is 135. Okay. Okay, and yellow is 90.
So yellow and blue are a 90-135 pair.
Yellow is 90. So
but
which way is
all
yellow
universes
going? I'm not going to try and remember that string of words. You can remember that string of words.
Yellow and blue are a 90-135 pair in all universes.
Microstudy doesn't believe you, for the record. Let's see. So which direction is this going? Do we know? I don't think we quite know, do we? Blue, we know, is 135, so blue's got to go. So this has to go that way, right?
Oh, it's not true. Shoot.
Because that's the angle left that blue is, right? Is this one? So the a lot turn. And so from here, the only a lot turn I'm allowed to make. Let's see. Just hit my trend is this one backwards, right? If I try and do that one, I end up back in the loop.
Yeah, we didn't know what blue was in the other universe.
Okay, so now yellow is 90. So I don't think yellow can possibly turn back into blue, right?
No, because
if yellow does that, that's the last blue, but then where am I going from here? I need to turn a lot, and I can't turn a lot into yellow or turn a lot into blue. So now that's forced.
Yeah. And
green.
So it has to go straight
up,
up,
which is the clue we can't draw.
No, it doesn't have to go up. It can go left.
Yeah, it could go left or it could go up. Both are options, right?
And then
so
down.
This is a second bifurcation now, keep in mind, because it could go up. That would be fine, I think.
Because blue is 135.
Yeah. So maybe this is a smarter green to look at.
Yes, Ambrose.
So if this green goes this way. Is that broken? I don't think so. Red is 0, so let's keep going over here as well. So let's try not to introduce a second branch of bifurcation. If we can avoid it. Because we know that, and so blue is right. This is this is, so we did this before. So blue now has to turn, and I think we figured out why. Blue can't go this way because red is 0. So blue has to go that way, and blue has to go this way. This is what microstudy called the Christmas tree universe. So now blue still needs to turn, and it can't turn that way, so it has to turn that way, has to turn that way. Microstudy is correct. We are definitely in the puzzling enter further trial moment if we keep going.
I'll be right back.
So yellow is 90. If yellow turns 90 degrees into green, that's just broken, right? Because green has got to go either to here or to here, and either of them are broken. So I think yellow has to go there into a useless white. This green is now either going into that green or into that red. Oh, microstudy believes they might have something. That would be delightful. These was red 0 in the other universe, microstudy? Or did we not figure out in the other universe? I'm going to pull up Tristan's screenshot of what the other universe looked like. Right, we didn't actually know in the other universe whether red was 0 or not, but microstudy has figured out that in the alternate universe, the non-Christmas tree universe, that red would have to be 0. Okay, so how am I visiting these two is my question. Is it possible that we're broken now because of these two cells having to be visited in green? Uh, 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 so I'm trying to visualize what the visiting of this cell, for example, has to look like. Because this cell has to be visited by something that can make a 45-degree angle without, sorry, a 45-degree angle without breaking something. Uh, uh, the small numbers, our sister, are the number of cells visited in that region. So there's 2 cells visited in this region. I had row column labels on originally, but row column labels actually overlay these, which caused things to be completely chaotic. I'll show you what it looks like, but you'll see why I turned them off. Because I
don't know.
was
I think
seeing
they
this
look fine.
3 and this 8 and whatever and getting confused. So that's why I turned them off.
I was certainly missing them.
Yeah, so yellow is 90. Does the fact that yellow is 90 force anything over here? I don't think so. Yeah, it also does make the row column labels wrong, which is also a problem, but was not the larger problem for me. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, both of these universes we've gone so far down both of these paths. The fact that neither of them breaks is crazy. Uh, uh, red is 0. Uh, yellow is 90. my question is anything forced about either of these or this one? So this one has to go here or here. Is it impossible it does that? Is my first question. So if it were to do this, does that break because of the need to hit both of these? So
No, because you
this
can
now in this universe has to be that, I think, right? Do we agree that in pink sub universe that has to be that, and now that's broken? I think that's right. So I think the pink sub universe breaks. I want confirmation though. Does anyone else agree with me that if I were to make the pink go up here, that it breaks this? I think that's true.
That's true. Because
this literally then only does that. Because the question is, where does this go now? Oh, I see where it goes. Where it goes is there. Yep. Oops, not like that. Where it goes is there. You're right. It has to do that, but that actually is okay. So now this goes up here, and yeah, this still is not broken. Oh no, our sub universe still works. Okay.
Voters, what have you done to us?
The other sub universe is that it goes here, but I think that's even less constrained. Is that a trifurcation? I something like that. Like the worst part is I don't even know which of these I'm trying to break. Let's see. Is there a way I know which way this is forced to go? I don't think so. It would have to go there or there, but I don't think we have any constraints on that. Whichever of these is in, presumably is going to zigzag like that. We did have some picture of what this could look like before. In both universes, the blue corner is empty. We're getting there. We have this line segment in both universes, and we have this is empty in both universes. So we're doing well. Let's see, empty dance. Oh no. Glum Hippo can come in and add more clues. That would be helpful. There, it's not like given that yellow is 90 degrees in the rules or something, is it? That we have not read. I mean, this green's certainly not getting visited in this world. This blue, unfortunately, so there's sort of two options for this blue. Maybe we should try the options for this blue. So, or sorry, for this green. So this is one of the options. The other option is it turns up into blue and then zigzags back here. But that one I can't draw. So I'm going to draw this one instead. And so then it would be forced to go there. Yellow is 90. So it could go there or go there. Both of those look okay to me. So this really doesn't seem to break to me, but it does go up and then come down. It's come down here from there. So now it's got to go here. in that universe where it goes. Tristan can draw that in just so that we can visualize it. And so now yellow is 90, so we're turning from yellow into yellow, but that doesn't look like it breaks either. Yeah, I feel like either end of this just has a lot of optionality. So I'm going to just abandon that hope. Do we need to go back to the other universe and try harder to break the other universe? If so, I want Tristan to take a picture of this for chat so we can see this, so we can have this to go back to if we decide to switch back to this universe.
Why don't you duplicate the tab?
How do I do that?
Right click on the tab and choose duplicate.
Oops. Duplicate. Okay, so I will leave this tab open with this universe, and in this tab, we will explore the other universe. So this one, I think we want to just restart. And so I want to reproduce the thing we had said, which was that in this universe, this is forced. Oops. There. And here, yellow has to take that cell, or has to take this vertical line. Oh, right. This is we also need to remember to put back our clue. Thank you. And we do still know all of these, and we still do have these X's, and we do still know all of these are visited. We know these aren't visited now. So green,
red
this
and
is the universe where
blue are
green is 90 and yellow is
0
135.
and
Yeah, red is either 0 or
45 is what's left.
45, right? Yep.
Yeah, red and
So
blue are
let's
a
just
0,
draw in the
45
red
pair.
is 0 universe. Oh, DWeb thinks the other one will break faster. So let's do this one instead. So if red is 45, then blue is 0. So it goes straight like that, right? And so this is the universe where red is 45, so it's either going to have to go there or there.
So this could go.
This is going to go either there or there.
Back like that. Then this would go all the way down. Green would be 90. Well, now we're broken.
Okay, so pink in this point, pink is in a green, so it needs to turn 90 degrees, and it can't turn 90 degrees this way, because if it does, there's no available place for it to go through red, where red is 45. So it does have to go through there, does have to go through there, does go through all of this, and now does that, so that
And
all
now
works
it's broken.
out. And now it's broken. Okay, so I think this is broken. So I think we now know that in this universe, red is 0.
Doesn't that make red 0 in both universes? Yeah, it does.
Okay, so red is 0. So if red is 0, that means it comes here. Okay, and
so
blue is 45, right? Because the 45 is the only thing left, so that means it has to go there. Green is 90, so it either goes there or there. Green being 0 breaks this 3 region in a way that's a little complicated, but that is not as complicated as the rest of the puzzle, but it's not easy to see. But green being 0 breaks this strip. It's 90s, what's there or there?
That's true. This
Red is 0, so this strip extends.
this strip here is here in both universes.
Good. Okay.
So we know 100% that this is correct.
So we've got this, and now blue is 45. So blue's either connecting to there or to there. I don't quite. You have to go to the OnlyFans for that microstudy. You have to go to the OnlyFans for that.
We make no claims of being PG-13, D-Web.
Let's see. So if this cell is visited, it's visited like this. This seems this seems terrible to think about. Lower green go back. Okay, so DWeb believes if lower green goes back into blue, that's a problem. So DWeb doesn't like this universe. Which certainly involves that. Certainly that would force this, which would force that. And now this needs to go either up there or over to here.
Yeah, this doesn't break quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately. Is it possible that this breaks quickly? Somehow.
So that either needs to go down or right.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't see either of those breaking quickly either.
And then blue is 45, so that goes to white, and that could go anywhere.
Yeah, so I don't see anything from there. And we're either here going there or there.
Oh boy.
But I don't see this. Has anyone reread the rules to make sure we didn't miss a rule? Hey, Naverio, how are you doing? You will love this, Naverio. We have gotten so far into bifurcating, we have 2 tabs with our 2 universes that we are slowly torturing to death with our additional bifurcation palettes that we keep adding. Let's see.
It's true. We do need to get 2 in blue in this universe.
Yeah. And blue here is that sort of oblong turn. Is there some way that oblong turn so like it would be really natural to do it like that. So I think that's okay. Garen asks if that's the only way. It well might be. Thank you, Naverio. Has been a windmill for 17 months. Thank you, Naverio. Let's get you a windmill dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah, so you went away for an hour and we gave up on not bifurcating, Nordy, and so we have several steps in this universe, and several steps in this universe, and we know those are the only two universes. The A is, I believe, just a typoed R. Uh, uh, there may or may not come a point where we go, oh, we were supposed to see blank, but we have not we have not come to the point where we felt we were supposed to see anything yet. I'm sure we were supposed to see something, but we have not observed the thing that we were supposed to see yet. So I'm trying to decide if I think I can prove Garian's point that that's actually the only way. Because what I can see is this cell definitely can't be visited. Because if this cell was visited, I need to make a 135-degree angle, and the cells just don't exist to do it. This cell, oh crap! I think this might also no. This isn't an option either. Because if this cell is visited, it has to look like this. But now that goes straight through there because red is 0, so that doesn't work. So this isn't visited. So now we need to visit 2 of these 3. If I visit that one, that doesn't work either, for the same reason. So I think actually, I think we can prove Garian's point that actually we always have to have this. I think. And green is 90, so this has to turn that way. Okay, this green is 90.
Red.
Yeah, it goes straight through red. That's true. The puzzle's missing some 5s in green.
And then that goes back up into red because it breaks quickly if it comes right into blue.
Oh, right. It makes a little loop, right? Yeah, it immediately makes a little loop if it goes there. So yeah, that goes up, which then comes here. Uh-oh, and is this broken?
Whoa.
This might be broken.
Wait, what? Why? Can't you just connect it?
Then green isn't 90 anymore.
Whoa.
I'm sure this is exactly what Glum Hippo's solution path looks like. But I think this is broken. Because I don't think there's any way to resolve this cell unless chat sees a way to resolve this cell that I'm missing. But I feel like this is I think we are now toast in this universe. How did the other way of turning break? If we turned this way instead, when we got to yellow, if we turned this way, then now in blue, I have to make a turn that's going to have to be that turn. And now I've made a loop, but the loop I've made is not the right loop. We will wait for Garian's verification.
Yeah.
Oh, it could also, sorry, Garian's right. It could, or sorry, Ilm is right. It could also go there. But now this is broken too. Yeah, you're right. I completely missed that. In my brain, it was choosing between that cell and that cell, but that also breaks. But you're completely right. I did not verify that. But yeah,
I thought you were just eliding that piece of logic.
No, I just didn't notice it. In my brain, I thought I was saying it couldn't go there because it had already been there, but that was not what I was saying. Okay, so I think that means we're now in this universe for real.
Oi.
So I'm not willing to close the tab, but I am willing to open another tab. So if we want to chase a different bifurcation path, I'm now willing to open a third tab to count the 2 possibilities from here if we decide, because we got to lots of places where there were two different ways to go. And so I am now willing to do that again if we need to. So I need to remind myself green is 45.
Can we get some Zach's dancing in chat?
Yeah, we can get some universe dances. I don't know quite what the universe dance looks like, but woohoo, woohoo. Someone should draw a universe Zach, just like in the galaxy, floating amongst the stars, for the Zach universe dance. Thank you, Zach. That was truly majestic. It's hard for spherical entities to do the splits, unfortunately. So we now know what every color is, at least, right?
Yes.
So this needs to either go that way or that way. This could go anyway. Is there any way that knowing that I mean, I feel like the intended break-in was to think about all of this nonsense, but oh, this can't be visited. That's true. That's true. And if that can't be visited, I don't think this can be visited either. I don't think this can be visited either. This can't be visited either because green's 45.
Certainly these
This
can't
be visited. Yeah, this certainly can't be visited. That can't be visited. Are we running into a point where we're running out of options for where this is actually connecting? I don't think I believe that this can't be visited, Tristan. I think
yeah.
I think I trusted you, but I think you led me astray.
That's true.
The number is amount of cells, I hope, Paul Fly. If the number is amount of visits, then we have been working on this for about 90 minutes with the misunderstanding of what the rule was.
Oh, when did I close the tab?
Okay, well,
The number of cells, not the number of visits.
2 blue on the right are Xable. Okay, that's right. We need one more visit in here. Is there any way? So I think MicroStudy is telling us that we can X some of these based on the fact that only one more of these gets visited. So let's see if it goes there. Like this one, I don't think that one is visitable.
Right, because it would require visiting another blue.
Another blue. And right, that you're right. We can X the blue connections, as MicroStudy says. Bottom 2 greens. Yeah, this green, there's no getting to. This green, there's no getting to. I don't even think this green we can get to, can we? I don't think so.
Not without going outside the grid.
But unfortunately, we don't need to do anything like visit every thingy thing or anything. I know that these two aren't connected. I don't know if that's helpful. In fact, actually, I think this is always visited, right? Because in both universes, this cell's visited. whether we go up through blue and then down or go here, this cell's always visited, so these cells are never visited.
That's solid.
Does this create a uniqueness problem? Someone was asking about this before, and I assumed that this was going to get sorted out. No, because if it goes this way, then it can go there. If it goes this way, then it can go there. So I guess by uniqueness, I think we know it has to go here.
Well, we cannot have this connection. Oh, sorry. Never mind. That's I misremembered what yellow was.
Oh no, you're right. I miscalculated the thing. We can't have that connection, I think is what we have. Yeah, I think I miscalculated an angle there in my head when I was trying to do that.
So we can't go through here, is what you're saying?
I think that's true because again, sort of like you can draw in the one option. I can't, but you can, where it goes up into blue.
So
because one option
up into blue, then
I mean you have to draw it because I can't. Yeah, so it goes there, and now it has to come straight down here. Or the other option is that it does that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see anything, but this might be what we open our third tab for. If we don't see anything, I'm happy to open a third tab for that. See, are there other things that are very restricted? Like it feels like now that we know what blue is and know what yellow is, we should be able to say something about anything related to all of this mess. But
X some cells on the right side of the one blue strip.
oh
no,
are we dropping frames?
I'm not dropping frames.
Green is 135, so it's either coming here or coming here. Okay, what does the world look like where it comes here? It has to zig back here. I guess, yeah, that doesn't really do anything, unfortunately, because now it's got options again. Yeah, YouTube somehow chat in YouTube is getting worse, which I'm not a huge fan of. Let's see. The only reason we can't X the sticky out green is because we're not allowed to draw on the Tristan could X out the sticky out green.
Oh, sure.
And the sticky out red. Both of them can be X'd. Let's see. Okay, so where does this connect? So is this connection forced? I think that connection might be forced for purposes of this. Because I think if it can't make that connection, my only option is that. which I think breaks, right? If this doesn't make that connection, I think that's forced. And I don't think that works because yellow
And
is 90
now,
degrees. No, that's okay. Yellow being 90 degrees is
but
fine.
then how do we visit
But
this
then how does
cell?
this work? Oh, this could work like that.
And now
Oh,
what?
that doesn't work because now we've made a mini loop. Uh I think I believe Tristan. Uh
Also, remember that. Whoops. Sorry.
so I think
Remember that in this universe we're doing this.
right. So I think this doesn't work. So if I can't do that, I think I'm obligated to do this. But I want to double check that sort of like all the combinations don't work because like that one I can't do. Obviously that one I can't do. So I can't come through there. That one, maybe I could come through here. Yeah, I think I could come through. I think I could maybe do that. I think that's okay, maybe, possibly. Although maybe that has the same problem with this cell. I think that has the same problem with this cell. Uh, you can't have an X on top of the circle here.
Sorry.
Uh,
I thought I erased that.
uh, uh, yeah, so something like I thought this is the one we just broke.
No, it's not.
Oh, did we not? Okay, so then this would be forced to do that. That would do that and that. Uh, and now this is a huge problem, right? Yeah, because now this is like an actual so that doesn't work. Uh is what I'm learning that I'm actually supposed to be breaking middle green instead of this screen because every combination for this screen that doesn't go through here seems to break this one. Maybe I'm supposed to actually be asking about what this one's doing, but I don't know. Okay, right. So Selena has the elegant way of thinking about this. This needs a diagonal connection to one of these four cells. Well, it can't connect to either of those. So it either connects here or here. And if it connects here, this is the one that we have, I think, broken both ways, because one of the ways is this way, which then involves this. But now that involves that. And now,
Well, you're broken because you just went straight through a green.
oh, sorry, I did not do that correctly. Sorry. This would do that. Oh, but now I've made the wrong angle in green. Right, let's do this very carefully. If I do this, there's two cases to consider.
No,
One of the
that was
cases is
correct.
this one, and one of the cases is this one. So in the orange case, we have to go up like that. And that's a problem because why? Uh okay, so is the point that now the second green okay.
Wait, why can't we like go?
So Selena has the elegant way to say this, but not if you draw all. Actually, maybe that
What's wrong
is
with this?
this green is what's wrong with that.
Oh,
So if you erase this, I'll explain Selena's point.
yeah, I'm working on it.
So Selena's point is now this needs an orthogonal connection, but orthogonally connecting up breaks this red, orthogonally connecting left breaks this green, orthogonally connecting right breaks this green, and orthogonally connecting down breaks this. So this universe is just not possible. And so we do in fact get that segment that I was trying to prove. And now we have two universes that so certainly this doesn't connect there at the very least. And doesn't connect down. This only connects. Yeah, so if this connects like that, then it's that. That would be fine. Yeah, this did not get us a ton, unfortunately. This is either going to go through like that or go through like that. Okay, maybe I should ask what the horizontal segment is for this one, because the horizontal segment for this one certainly isn't going to the left. Certainly not going up. Or sorry, by the orthogonal segment, I guess is what I mean. Yeah, so it could go down and then through here, or it could just go right and then through there. Yeah, I wish we had screenshots of what all the possibilities for this area looked like, because we drew in a bunch of them before. But I don't think we ever exhausted on them.
We definitely made it work no matter how we.
Yeah, so this this either has to go here or here. If it goes there, so let me just draw in the, if it goes here, then it's forced to do that, which is then forced to do that, so I don't complete the loop, which is then forced to do that. So I think that's one universe. And then the other universe is that this goes here and then has to go up here, and then that continues over like that. And now in this universe, this green is now forced to go this way. But I don't see anything wrong with that either. So I feel like both of those look very both of those seem very plausible to me. Yeah, this is a, like, if it were sort of filling in more, this would be sort of tempting to be like, okay, next tab or whatever. But it's not, it doesn't even look to me like either of those is particularly forcing. And there's, I don't think there's any huge commonality between them that I can see. So I kind of want to do a like count of how many things poke out of this 5 rectangle.
Well,
because
so one thing that does work that I see, if I can draw in, and then this can easily do that. So that all works.
it doesn't even use any of the ones on the left. Yeah, I was going to try and prove that a certain number of things had to leave the 5 rectangle, but in light of that example, I don't think it's going to be helpful to know that we can do that.
Let's see.
I had
Can we
not really
break?
appreciated this yellow 2 that microstudy is now drawing my attention to, because the yellow 2 actually, because yellow is 90 degrees, unless we're going to need a pair of adjacent things, because you just can't draw a yellow that doesn't eat that other than this exact yellow. But of course, if you do that, oh no, you could do that and then some diagonally thing. Never mind, never mind.
See, this works too. So there are just tons of options.
Uh, row 4, 5 of column 1. Uh, uh, I'm trying to understand microstudies argument here. Oh, right. If I draw this segment in, this is microstudies point. If I draw in this segment, it forces these two, which then, because yellow is 0, forces these two, and I've then yeeted blue twice. I'm not allowed to yeet blue twice. So I can say that's not there and that's not there.
Yeah. If I try to chat it errors out.
Wonderful. So does that make this cell just unvisitable? No, not necessarily, because I could visit it like this. Oh, sorry, this would be oh, it would have to be that. Yeah. So now if I visit this cell, it now looks like that, which then looks like that. This has to go that way. Has to go that way because yellow is 90. This looks bad, actually. I don't think this works, because now I don't think this end can possibly connect to anything because of the fact that
Yeah, it can't go back
blue
into
is
blue.
unvisitable.
So it
And
goes into
like,
green
so
and
this is just a
breaks.
dead end. Yeah.
Yep.
So I think in a somewhat longer look ahead than I would prefer for a single X that I don't even know that I care about, I think I can get a single X here. It is true. I can't draw a connection there. I agree with that. Uh, uh, the next spot up can't be a vertical connection as well. If I draw in, let's see, if I draw in this connection, I'm forced to do that, which forces me to do that. And now, right now, what does this do? It now has to turn back that way, and that puts a third thing in yellow. That's right. Okay, so I think I agree there with Dan's where I can't make a vertical connection there either. Let's see. Could I do the now fancier version where I do that, or does this break again? Let's try it. So this can't go that way. I'm already told, so it goes that way, comes down. But now I think I have the same problem, right? There's no way for this to get out because it can't go through blue and it can't go through the loop.
Yep.
So I don't think that works either. So we have this. Let's see. Oh boy. So is there some universal truth here to be learned about like the combination of yellow and red and blue blocking things off? Because we've had that happen a couple times. I have made Micro cry. I feel bad about that.
I'm gonna get
Uh,
myself some coffee.
so this seems worthy of coffee. Uh, Are you asking about this cell specifically, Carl? Oh, J40 is here. J40 has done this puzzle. Uh, J40 will save us. Uh, oh, this one. Sorry, the bottom. Sorry, that bottom yellow. J40 says, "quote I have done a version of this puzzle, not this version." That doesn't bode well. Dare I ask why there's multiple versions of the puzzle? Okay, so if this is visited, there's two different ways it could be visited. One of which is this way, which I think has some similar issues. Namely, this way, where I need to sort of turn back, and I either turn back this way and crash or turn back this way and crash. So that one doesn't work. So if I visit this cell, I have to visit it like that, which means I'm visiting that. And then now I can't visit blue to get this out, and so there's just no getting this out. So I think I agree with Carl's point that this is now X. So I think that means both of these are in. And so if this is in, it now is either there and there and there. Let's see. I think this version is going to break horribly. Right. This breaks horribly because I end up with these two crossing, so that doesn't work. So this ends up doing the thing that we would kind of hope it would, which is that and that, which does that and that. And now each of these greens needs to be a little turn. If green on top goes down, microstudy says that breaks. What if this one goes up? Does that break? Would mean this also went up. And now this would have to zag, and it would have to zag down there because it can't zag back here. So I think that the bottom one can't go up. I think so. I think if I do this move, I'm forced to do that move, but now I'm forced to do this, and I've made a little loop. So I think that means that we get a true segment that looks like that. I certainly can't have this turn 90 degrees back here, right? Oh no, I think I can because I could do that. Never mind. I think I can do that. I think I might even do that. The other option is that I do that. Don't see a lot about that immediately. Okay, so Carl believes if this happens, it's going to do bad things to the this top yellow circle, because now this is forced to go that way. So as soon as this goes up, all of this is forced, and now I have to make a 90-degree angle through here, and the only 90-degree angle I can make through here is that one, but that closes the loop. So I don't think that one can go up. So I think I agree with Carl, although please tell me in chat if you disagree with that look ahead. So this certainly can't turn 90 degrees that way, so it turns 90 degrees that way. Let's see. This is either going there or there. Funnily enough, even if it goes up, it ends up here. So this is always visited, regardless of whether it turns directly or goes there and bounces back. Let's see, this is going to go there or there. Let's see. Okay. nothing down here can possibly be visited, because anything that's down here that's visited creates two ends, and only one of those ends can get out through blue. So we can actually, just to look busy, we can X off all of this. By our sort of recurring argument from before. Oh, right. And this can't now be accessed, because where would I access it from? It would have to go like that, and that doesn't work, right? So that's not in. Let's see. So I either bend up and down like that, or I just go there directly. I probably don't want to close this loop up here, but I don't even know that I'm super sure about that. Has anything down here become more interesting now that we know more about this blue? Not quite, I don't think. Uh uh could it diagonal through this cell like this? I don't see why that's broken immediately. And then just, oh, right. That's broken immediately because it can't connect. It can't connect to there. And so the orthogonal connection that this has to make goes up, but now this is just stranded in a desert of nothingness. So this is indeed Xable. Let's see. So now, can I now think about what orthogonal connection this is getting? Is it a problem if it takes that orthogonal connection now? No, it just makes it connect there. So let's see. So this universe, I was curious if this now breaks, but I don't think it does. And the other universe is that this just does that. I don't see any immediate reason why either of those would be a problem still. So do I create a problem if I do this? Because
Well,
if I do this, I think that breaks.
blue is 135, honey.
Oh, right. Sorry. I would break if I did that. So you're saying I'm right. But not in a useful way. So this would now do that. And then that. Yeah, this all looks fine. Okay, so what if we don't do that? What about the other universe where instead of turning 90 degrees that way, what if I turn 90 degrees that way? Can we break this? Unfortunately, that takes us into a white, which now does things, but we can ask things about this. So so what happens with this one? Because it can't go up. And if this goes up and down, is that going to break? I don't I don't see the elegant way to sort of break this. Oh,
Yeah, how do you get it into blue?
Which blue?
Okay, so if this is here, then we have to get both of these ends into blues. We couldn't do that. Oh yeah, just this cell, where does it go?
Does it have to make the vertical connection?
No, I'm talking about where does this end of the line go?
I I mean, but you've already drawn in a line segment. Are you saying ignore the line segment?
I'm saying this line segment can't exist. Because if it exists, where does the upper one go?
Okay, so let me consider that. So it certainly can't go left, so it would have to go right. So
And then
in
what?
this universe, it goes right, and then comes back here. So you're so and then that forms a little loop.
Yeah.
This is the little
So
loop
this
problem.
vertical segment can't exist.
Okay. So
So there's an
then
X.
so in this universe, we have to do that. And I don't think that works either. Because I think this breaks much faster. Because I can't turn there. Oh, maybe no. This just doesn't have anywhere it can go because it would have to go there or there, and it can do neither. Okay, so I think this pink world works. Is I think, or sorry, this pink world is broken. Is I think the point. Because I think we've now exhausted all the possibilities for this cell in the pink world, and both of them break. So I think
Hang on. So should have that, and
oh, I'm being told
then
that's not the only way. I have to prove diagonal down. What do you mean diagonal down? It has to connect in two directions. These are the only two places it can connect, right?
well, what if it connects this way?
We've already put one. Oh no, we haven't put one in here. Sorry, in my brain we'd already put one in blue. Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry.
This is gonna.
Sorry. I thought we had already put one in there.
I don't.
So sorry. Yeah, you're right. We are not close to having proved that this does that. All we know now is we know it for sure does that. Because we proved that if it doesn't do that, it does the other two. So then it does that. And
What we do
then
get,
it has to do that.
we do get a
Uh,
green X
and it
though.
has to do that. Uh, and so this has to turn either to there or to there. So if it now goes here, now it doesn't have a choice because it would either need to turn back there or there, both of which would break. So it would have to do this. No,
And that
sorry.
breaks.
Wait, no, it's 90. It's 90. It just has to do that. And
that's
that
broken.
doesn't work. Okay. So I think now we have actually broken this. Do we agree we've now actually broken this? Okay, so Micro agrees, so we're gonna take it. Sorry, that's not that's what that does. So now now all of these are kaput. This can only turn that way.
And now it has to turn right.
Right.
And now that has to go into the last cell of yellow.
Because the other place it could turn is there, and it's certainly not doing that. Agree.
And then that goes diagonally into green.
Yep. Agree. And so it's either going to go into this cell in red or this cell in green.
Surely it can't go into that cell in red. Oh no, it could. Actually, it probably does.
Blue still needs another visit, but it's not getting it Oh, it could get it there. No, it can't get it there, right? I don't think that's possible. So yeah, from here, we either go there or there.
Yeah, this kind of wants to turn down into red because then we get this business, which looks fine.
That all looks perfectly okay to me. That looks very reasonable. Uh, 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 we do still need a second blue visit, which somewhat surprises me, but it's true. It's funny to me. We thought the break-in was going to involve this yellow and these blues, and how like you had to be very careful about how many times the yellow crossed into the blue, and we didn't even use all the crossings from yellow into blue. We only used 2 of the 3. So our instinct there was way off.
Highly wrong.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, it is true that if this goes here, then it has to go there, which then goes there. But I don't see any clue what the hell this does that.
No, Sarah, because we could do that instead. I guess we do that. So, no, it works both ways.
Okay, so
Carl
Carl says
thinks
that now
what I
breaks. So
just did
let
breaks.
me try and draw it in. So it would look like that, and now it would have to do that.
Straight through red.
Which would go straight through red. This would now not have the option of going that way, so it would have to go that way. And so now this can no longer go down. So this now has to go that way. And now this can't cross there, so it's got to go there. And this can't cross. Oh, sorry. This right. This can't
Those
connect
could
up.
very
This can't connect up because it would put the wrong angle in green, so it has to go that way.
and these could very easily connect like this.
So
That was badly drawn, but
Carl retracts the claim that this breaks.
and then this would have to go down there and up
Yeah.
here.
Does it even have to? Could it go
Well,
into yellow?
no, because that would break the bank on yellow. Because
Oh, right. This is entering yellow regardless in this universe, because this is either going there or there. So this is grabbing the last cell of yellow. Is the sub universe where this goes up broken? Because it would then have to turn that way. Yes, this is broken. Okay. So that at least is broken. Because if this were to happen like this, now that's a problem, because this actually, the real thing is this is claimed the second yellow regardless. And so if this is claimed the second yellow regardless, then this can only take a yellow that's taken by that, which has to be that one.
and now they must
And
connect.
now they have to connect like that. And so now Tristan's
my black
V down
line
here is forced because now this can't take a third cell in yellow. So this comes over like that. And so we've got
And now
all of
that
that.
either goes up or right.
Uh, yeah. So
This all looks
this is
fine.
this all looks like this is probably what happened. So let's try and break the other path, but take a screenshot and post it in the thing.
Oh,
Uh,
good grief.
just so that we have this so that we can reproduce it. Uh, oh God, Andrew Sarkis posted the most amazing picture of Zach trying to decide what universe he is in.
Oh,
Uh,
that's adorable.
that is amazing. I'll let you put it on screen.
I love the
Uh,
bottom right one.
yes, the bottom right one is especially delightful.
Or
Yes.
sorry, the bottom. Yeah. Anyway, that's our screenshot there.
Okay. So the other universe, which we presumably have to break so that we can find out that this is the correct universe, is this universe.
Right.
Where now this can't connect that way because that would complete the loop. So it has to do that to avoid completing the loop, then goes
Yep.
straight and does that. This now.
That could go right or up.
Yeah. Because now that that's connected, now we have all the pressure gone off of this piece. Because now if this goes up, it's just going to keep going up, and if this goes right, then it still
could
has
go
options, I think.
God knows where.
Yeah. Well, we could just say the other looks pretty enough. We're declaring it to be the green path, and then just hope that we don't break it before the end of the puzzle, and then declare success. So either goes there or goes there and then comes here. Yeah, this feels totally unrestricted at the moment. So the other path ended up with lots of sort of consequences immediately. There's a similar story going on up here, where this either goes there and then could come to here. Actually, let's try that. So if this comes here, it then has to come there, which means it goes there. It's either going there or there. That doesn't seem super useful either. Because the other option is that it goes up here and then comes through there, and now it goes here or here. Both of which seem plausible. That's true. Elm points out that these can be X'd because of the only visiting one cell in blue point, which is interesting.
We do have to get another visit in that blue region.
Yeah, and this is no longer visitable in blue, I don't believe. Because it can't connect. It needs to connect to an orthogonal direction by a variation of Selena's point earlier, and all of the orthogonal directions it could connect in are broken. So that cell can't be visited.
Wait. Yeah, you're right.
The up-down one would break green because it would put the wrong angle into green, if you're figuring that out.
Well, wait. What if it went like that?
That breaks green. That is saying the point is it has to take an orthogonal direction, and that you just put a 135-degree angle in green.
And I did, didn't I?
Yep.
The
point is only think about the orthogonal direction, and with Ilm's point, there's no valid orthogonal direction.
Yeah.
For it to go. Okay, so if this is the cell that's visited, we know exactly what it looks like because the only valid orthogonal direction is that one, which forces that whole thing and forces this to go here. But that does not seem to do anything that sort of would further that from there. So I don't see anything wrong with this, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, it could
Nothing
go
that I can see anyway.
diagonal down as well. You could have had this.
Yeah, that's fine too. But the this line was forced.
That line was
Uh,
forced.
yeah. Uh, hey, Heliopolis, how are you doing? Uh, does it? Because we can send the thing in either direction, can't we, Selena? On the right at the bottom.
On the R at the bottom, the
And
red.
the R at the bottom. So saying we can't do any of these because if we did any of them, we would run ourselves into bam into that is Microcity's point, I believe. Uh, so well, I mean, I don't need an edge there, but I suppose I can do one here. Uh, uh,
I'm not sure what you're saying, Selena.
so I think Selena's point is that if we do visit this cell, we have to put in this line. And then we know that this loop end now, well, these two loop ends either both go up or both go down because of the fact that there's two loop ends up here and four loop ends down here. And so I think the hope is that we could do something meaningful out of knowing that they both go up or both go down. But we couldn't split them or we'd violate the sort of loop parity laws. But I don't see anything to do with it. Uh, Unfortunately. Also, unfortunately, the only consequence if we do break this is that this cell can't be visited. But hey, I'll take it. Uh, uh, let's see. Uh, I will be honest, without Tristan here, I probably would have given up on this puzzle an hour ago. Let's see. So this can be visited, but only if it looks like that. Uh,
We've been at this for almost 2.5 hours.
yep. Uh, these reds can only get visited if it goes straight through them. do. Uh, so I think we've done this before, but if this either does that or it does this, is there any chance that one of these breaks in some coherent way? Uh, uh,
Sarah, I think we're either finishing this now or never looking at it again.
yeah, I think those are the two universes. I'll open a tab for it. Uh, uh, so that's one of them, and the other one is that it's this one. Where it either 90s back into green or 90s into blue, but all of that looks fine. We do need a second in this blue. Should we think about that? Like, should we each of these three consider if it can't be that one? We can at the very least take a break and stretch. I think that is a good idea. Let us take a break. Tell all of your friends how spectacular the end of this, the solution of this puzzle was. And we will be back in just a moment.
All right. See you soon. Hey everyone, we are still putting together the new setup, but I brought you
But we
back
can
so
talk too while
zetamath can talk.
we decide. I feared that perhaps me driving on a co-op stream was bad luck, so I am going to let Tristan drive for the next one. But that means he has to readjust the Zoom settings. So apologies for the delay. But yeah, I think I think Glum Hippo has said that they intend to post what their intended thing was in the stream, but they're busy today, so they'll do that. But first time you've heard our voices in this screen, very suspicious. We have a Marty Sears puzzle with circles up next. I seem to have dropped my tea somewhere along the way while I was stretching. Maybe I finished it. I don't know. Either that or there's a random glass of tea waiting for me to accidentally knock it over. Tristan got a little tiny heater for his studio, and his studio is about 1,000,000 degrees now. After he made fun of me for complaining it was cold, but his studio is like a lot of degrees. What are the purple dots? 2 digits that sum to a prime number. Oh, interesting. I have greatly enjoyed all of the Marty Sears puzzles I have done so far. I mean, it tells you something that I even really enjoyed the Marty Sears puzzle I did that was all about set. So, so that is something. It is Mean Owl. Yes, it is Mean Owl is the puzzle that we are about to do.
Yeah, zetamath wanted me to to solve for this one, so
well, it did not go well when I tried to solve. That's all I'm saying.
So I think I am ready. Can everybody see the grid? I think it works. And zetamath, can you annotate on the grid and see if people can see it?
Annotate.
Yes,
and people
good.
see what number I have drawn into the grid.
Oh, am I too loud now?
Annotation.
I do look loud.
Toolbar. Excellent. Nicholas can confirm that I have drawn a 7 into the grid. Excellent, excellent. Seed the watermelon. That is true. The watermelon is in need of seeds.
Okay, now I'm quiet, I think.
I am glad I have you to handle these sorts of things. It is true. I do 90% of the time put a crossbar on my 7s.
Test. Okay, I think I'm good now. All right. Marty, can you recommend a bet tree for this puzzle?
Marty says they feel fairly confident that we won't take 2.5 hours to do this puzzle. Let's see. So you can go over the rules, or I can go over the rules.
Yeah. Oh, let me put the rules in the stream description for people who want to read them.
But they are on screen now, right?
Yep.
I see.
There is not room for rules on screen when we're sharing.
I see. Is the door to your studio open?
Nope.
Okay. We should put some sound panels in your studio.
We can do that. You can help me with it later.
Okay.
I can hear you though, so
it might not help is what you're saying?
Well, we can try. I mean, it can't hurt. And yes, this puzzle was suggested by Turbine Dorlier.
Row 1, column 8. So we have here a Latin square. So we need to put the digits 1 through 9 in every row and column. There are no boxes. We also have to put the numbers 1 through 9 in every circle, once each. And the circles each give the average of the region that they're in. So the arithmetic mean, if you prefer, is the sum of the digits divided by the size of the region. So 1 and 2 are going to be awfully difficult, and I suspect we're going to be able to find a 1-2 pair if we think about it carefully.
And 9.
The So, oh, interesting. So I'm wrong about two. Anyway, we'll figure it out. And so then we have black dots, which give a ratio of 1 to 2. We have yellow dots, which connect digits that have a total greater than 5, and then purple dots, which connect digits that sum to a prime. So that is all well and good. So in order to, so it's going to have to be orange. Row 6, column 5 is going to have to be the one with an average of 2, right? How else are we going to make this work? It's going to be a 2 with a 1-3 pair in each direction. I think. But anyway, I agree with Tristan saying that the yellows are a 1-9 pair. Because you can't get anything other than that. And now one of these things has to have an average of 2. And I think it's going to have to be the orange circle, although the orange circle also could be the one with an average of 8. I think it's going to have to be 2 or 8. Let's figure out what the blue ones could be, because the blue is 7 cells that all see each other, as is the bottom green actually. 7 cells that see each other sum to between 28 and 42. 28 divided by 7 is 4. 42 divided by 7 is 6. So these are a 4, 5, 6 triple. Therefore the others are a 2, 3, whatever triple. 2, 3, 7, 8. No 1. 2, 3, 7, 8.
And surely only the orange can be a 2.
Well, if that's true, then only the orange can be an 8, so that can't be true. So what can be true actually is that these pinks could be a 2 and then a 1, 2, 3 triple and a 1, 2, 3 triple, or an 8 and then a 7, 8, 9 triple and a 7, 8, 9 triple. Those are the two options. So one of these pinks, certainly the upper green isn't 2 or 8. I feel fairly confident in saying that. So the upper green is 3 or 7.
And how? Okay.
And those two yellows differ by at least 5 or sum to a total greater than 5. Have a total greater than 5. Okay. Okay, so we know that the outies in column 1, column 9, and row 9, they sum to a multiple of, they sum to something that's something mod 7, because we know the blues and greens in those columns sum to a multiple of 7, and 45 is 3 more than a multiple of 7. So they need to sum to 3 more than a multiple of 7 in column 1, column 9, and row 9, the outies. So one of them actually sums to 3, because whichever one is the 6, the actual sum is 3. And whichever one of them is a 4, they are actually an 8-9 pair. So one of the sets of outies, so the outies for 4 are an 8-9 pair, and the outies for 6 are a 1-2 pair. Those have no overlaps, so those are actually a 4-6 pair. Because if we made that a 4 or 6, then we would break the other of 4 and 6. So green is 5. Very, very good spot, and we get a 5 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Ah. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. And you can mark the outies as 1, 2, 8, 9. These are an authentic 1, 2, 8, 9. That is the first digit dance of today's stream. let's see. Okay, so Garion has an interesting point about row 2, which is very cool, which is that if you look at row 2 and imagine that that circle digit is a 3, then the sum of those cells is 15. And therefore, the sum of the outside 4 digits would be 30. Except Garion's claim is that I can't make 30 as a... Okay, so I can't make 30 as a sum of 2 primes. So why couldn't it be 6, 7, making 13, and 8, 9, making 17? I think 13 plus 17 is 30. I think it does actually work if it's 3. If that were a 7, then those 5 cells would need to sum to, so by it, I mean row 3, column 5. If row 3, column 5 is a 7,
Ooh,
then those 5 cells need to sum to 35. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 as outies.
J40 has a great point.
1, 2, and 3, 4 to be 3 and 7.
If this is 2 or 8, then this cell makes a problem for the 3 or 7 that appears here, because this is going to see those cells.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a 2, that 2 or an 8, then these are the other 2, and these are the other 2. So if this is a 2, then these would be a 1, 3 pair, and these would be a 1, 3 pair. But the problem is that sees every circle that could contain a 3. And if the circle here is an 8, then these would be a 7, 8, 9 triple and a 7, 8, 9 triple, but then that would ruin everywhere to put a 7. So that doesn't work. That's a very clever observation.
So it's
well
not
spotted.
a 2 or 8. This is a 2-8 pair.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, very spicy. So everything is odd. So left in the row. So mark all of those as odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And the reason why I'm having you do that is because we know that that makes the purple dot digits they connect to even. So those are 2, 4, 6, 8. And then the next purple dot digits those connect to, those are also odd. Okay.
But you can only have 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9. So none of these can be 5.
That's true.
And in fact, this has to be a 2-8 pair.
That's true, because the only way to make this work if this is a 2 is for these to be 1, 2, 3, and the only way to make this work if this is an 8 is for these to be 7, 8, 9.
So these can't be 7 either, because 8, 7 does not add to a prime.
That's true. And 2, 7 is not a combination that exists because the 7 is on the other side. Okay, you should fill in the triple of the outies in row 7 and row 8, because the outies in row 7 and row 8 are 4, 5, 6, and so you should fill those in.
Sorry, the outies. Sorry, where?
In row
what?
7 and 8 are 4, 5, 6, which gives us also triples in the rows, or sorry, in the columns. So we've now got 1, 2, 5, 8 left in column 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 5, 8, 9. No, sorry, 1, 2, 8, 9. 1, 2, 8, 9. And we know one of them isn't a 1 or a 9.
This one?
And we know another one that's not a 9. That one can't be a 9 because it's on a black dot. And then there's a 1, 9 pair in row 4. So that's a 2 or an 8. Okay. So do these 4, 5, 6 triples we have floating around do anything? I don't know. 2 and 8 in row 8. Ah, yes, yes, yes. This and this are the 2, 8 in row 8. Is very smart. Because remember, the 2, 8 that shows up in this pink block has already shown up twice. And it's shown up there and there. And so it needs to show up again in order for this to work.
Yep.
So that means that both of these are odd, and
yep,
both of these are odd, which means both of these are even, and both of these are even. Which means we've got a 2, 4, 6, 8 quad in the row, which resolves that these are 1 and 9.
So these are 2 and 8.
Yep, so those are 2 and 8. So this is 1 or 9 by the magic of Sudoku adjacent things. Okay. So these two digits are 3 and 7. Let's see.
Oh, where did 3 and 7 go in this row? Oh, wait. Well, at least where does 7 go in this row? It's in one of these.
Giving us a Zackwing on 7s.
That's true.
So that rules 7 out of these 2 cells.
That's true.
I
guess they could never
anyway.
be 7. They can't be 3 either.
Why can't they be 3? Oh, because if they were 3, then the center thing would be 7. And your claim is I can't get an average of. I'm not sure I believe that they can't be 3 without you doing arithmetic to prove it to me. I believe you probably could do the arithmetic if you want, but it's certainly not obvious that I can't make 4 numbers with all of these repeats turn out to what we want.
But can this be 3 now? There's a 4, 6 here.
I mean, if your claim is it can't be 3 or it can't be 7, you have to tell me what broke the symmetry. Because 3 and 7 are completely symmetric as far as arithmetic goes.
What broke the symmetry was the thing on 7s.
But I mean, I didn't.
Oh, wait.
If you're telling me it can't be 3 because we ruled out 7 as a possibility, I was not planning to use 7 in my average to get to 3 anyway.
Oh, MicroStudy is
that's a really
point
smart
about this
spot
dot
from Nicholas. Row 5, column 5 is even because the sum of the 4 cells, not row 6, column 5, is even. And we know 2 of them are odd, so the other 2 have to be the other 2 have to have the same parity, and so 4, 6 is even, so that has to be even.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only using the fact that these 4 cells sum to a multiple of 4, because them divided by 4 is this number. And so 4 is very even-y. Now that 2-8 pair gives us this digit that Carl points out. Great spot to Nicholas there, by the way, to pay attention to that. So this is a 2. And so that looks down. Gives us an 8 there, 2 there. Okay, so those are 8 and 8. Those are 2 and 2. So that's a 1, 3.
This is a 9. That's a 7.
Yep.
This is a 7.
Hey, Terganus, I hope you're doing well.
This is a 9.
Yep. So that gives you a bunch of stuff in row 9.
2 works, 4 works.
6 does not.
6 does not work.
2 does not work in this next spot for whatever that is worth. This cell is also a 1 or a 3. Yeah, the row 4 circles are resolved. Chad is pointing out.
Let's see. 8 and 1 does not work. 8 and 3 does work. 8 and 5 works. 8 and 7 doesn't work.
Correct.
2 and 1 works. 2 and 3 works. 2 and 5 works.
2 and
7 does not work.
Which places 7 in the row?
And 2 and 9
that was the last place in the row
does
that 7
work.
could go. That 7 could go other than the circle.
7.
Okay, so now I need these cells to sum to 28. So the maximum they can sum to is 8 plus 9 is 17. Plus 5 is 22. Plus 6 is 28. So I think we actually have to max every single one of them, if I did that right. 8 plus 6 is 14. 9 plus 5 is 14. Yep, absolutely. So those are 5, 9, which resolves the rest of row 6. MicroStudy believes we know what top green is now. I believe that as well. MicroStudy may have even been able to figure it out without the help of filling in what orange was, but we got a quad, so we did it with a quad. 1 doesn't go with 8 on a purple dot. And 3 doesn't go with 6 on a purple dot in row 9 if you want.
Four,
These
6
are a 3,
pair
4, 5
gives us
triple.
an 8.
Chat really wants us to fill in.
And a 2.
Yep. Because
Right.
those 5 cells need to sum to 15. So those are 3,
so these
4,
are
5.
3, 4, 5, and that one's not 3 by the dot. And that one's not 3,
not
so
3.
this one's 3.
Yep.
Does the dot it's greater than 5, so this actually is 5.
That's 4. Good.
So that's 6. That's 4. 9 and 5.
You can fill in the 6, 7, 8, 9 on these 2 dots.
Let's see, that one's not. This is only 6 or 7.
So this one's also 6 or 7 because the only way we can make this work is 13 plus 17 because we can't do 15 plus 15.
Okay.
So that resolves the 9 and the 8 across the row.
But this isn't 6 either.
Yep. Sure. 2, 8. Okay, and so that's going to resolve the circles in the columns because remember the 6 in a circle had 1, 2 outies. So this is not the 6. This is the 4. Okay, and so we can probably just mark now because we've got
What about these
Nothing.
cells, though?
Oh, well, mark them. So 6 plus 4 doesn't work. So I think all the rest of them work. 9 plus 5 doesn't work. 9 plus 7 doesn't work. 9 plus 6 doesn't work. So that is a 4.
And now it's probably Latin square logic.
Yeah, it is give or take mark time. So I see lots of naked singles. And that has given us a 9 here if you're looking for more things to fill in.
Let's see. Row 4, column 6.
Because there's a 4, 5, 6 triple in the row. So that is an 8, and that's going to do it, I think. Because I see lots that's going to do.
Yeah, that'll take us home.
2 more 10 clump puzzles. Exciting. Yeah, there's one by Paul Fly that I want to do, but I've heard it's hard, and I didn't want to suggest that we do a hard puzzle after our previous puzzle. But yes, I look forward to seeing the things that people have done with 10 clump variations.
The bet tree is a 7.
Excellent. Congratulations to all the 7 betters out there.
Of which there was 1.
Woohoo, someone struck it rich.
Yeah, they're going to get over 2,000 points from this.
Nice. 8.33% of the bets.
Was that Jim? I think it was Jim.
Woohoo, Jim striking it rich. We were watching a Mario streamer the other day who had set it up in his chat so that people could use stream points to play annoying sound clips. And his chat decided to just play the same sound clip over and over and over again for an hour. We will not be doing that. I told Tristan for my streams. But
to be fair, I think it was donation based. So I think they were paying money to play the sound.
I mean, what he said was, I've given too many chat points. So I assumed it was a similar thing. But I mean, he may give chat points for donations because you can do that. I think we do that. I might allow people to donate money to play the same sound clip over and over again for an hour. I would probably enjoy that for donations. I'm not sure though that it would make for the best VODs. That was a delightful puzzle, by the way, Marty. I quite enjoyed that. Tris jump scare Zeta point benefit. Yeah. Alrighty, shall we stretch our legs and then do another puzzle?
Glum Hippo saying it would make him very happy if I were to trim the first puzzle from the bottom. Which I would, but if we trim anything off the VOD, then we lose chat replay because YouTube's dumb. Okay, we'll take a quick break and come back with another shortly. Puzzle. Be right back. Hello again.
Hello.
Hey.
This does look fun. I have a pencil mark. So the rules here are, I believe, entirely standard. So black dots mean the digits have a ratio of 2 to 1. One of them is double the other if you want. The digit in the circle is the sum of the lines along each arrow that comes from it. So we'll say that that circle has to be at least 6 in just a second. And then along white dots, the digits have to be consecutive. So 5, 6, for example.
Yep.
You can throw down a bet tree somewhere. And then we can say why the circle has to be at least 6.
Maybe here?
Sure. So the first thing is that row 1, column 9, double it is the sum of 4 digits.
Oops.
So that means that those digits, row 1, column 7 and 8, and row 2 and 3, column 9, those sum to a minimum of 10. So that means the circle is at least 5. But if the circle is 5, those digits are 1, 2, 3, 4. And now you can't make a black dot because a black dot requires a digit from 1, 2, 3, 4. So therefore, it's at least 6. However, so go ahead and fill in 6, 7, 8, 9. But as chat points out cleverly, it can't be 6 either. Because if it was 6, the other digits have to sum to 12, which they can only do as 1, 2, 4, 5. And now if I've used 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, there's no black dot that's left. So it can't be 6 either. So it's 7, 8, or 9. Now, Jay Dyer is suggesting we think more holistically about where 5s, 7s, and 9s go in this box, because they don't go on black dots at all. And so 2 of 5, 7, and 9 have to go on an arrow, which would have gotten us this this pencil mark immediately, instead of this other way of doing it. But whatever, I like both ways. So we know that that digit's big.
In this box, we have 1 of 5, 7, 9 somewhere on this arrow at least. And
so therefore the circle is at least 5, I guess.
yeah, but it isn't a... Oh, maybe it could be 5? Not sure.
If it were 5, it would need to be, yeah, it doesn't actually work with it being 5, but I would need to do cases to argue it.
Sayori points out that if this is 8, you now have no place for 9 in the box.
That's very true. Very nice, because the point there, just because you rushed through it, is that if this was 9, that would have to be 8. And this was hypothecated on that being an 8. So that is 7 or 9.
Hey Kai, welcome.
Hello. Hopefully you like our bet tree, which we moved once, but hopefully it is an acceptable bet tree. I really don't like that the arrow in box 8 can be 4.
What?
With a 1, 3, and a 2, 2.
Oh, wow.
Let's see. I'm contemplating if there's something we can do with parity. So here's the thing. These digits sum to a multiple of 3, and so do these. So therefore, these 2 digits sum to a multiple of 3. Is there any universe where that is useful whatsoever? I can't imagine, but it feels like that's the sort of thing that might be useful someday.
Oh,
Uh,
it's pointed out that if this is 4, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, and now your black dot's broken.
Okay, so I didn't overlap the corner digit. I took these 5 and these 2. Those sum to a multiple of 3. And so these 2 need to sum to a multiple of 3. I think that's right. Uh,
Yeah, these
so
5 definitely sum to a multiple of 3. These definitely sum to a multiple of 3.
So therefore, if there's a 9 down here, the 9 goes with a 3 or a 6. And so that would make this a 3, 6 dot, with that being the 9. And then what would happen? We'd have to do math on the rest of the box to figure out what would happen. So if this is a 7, we can't make either of these 3, 4. Because if we make either of them 3, 4, then now the only valid black dot is 1, 2. But 1, 2 breaks the other side of the 7. So the only plausible way for that to be 7 is for it to be 1, 6, and 2, 5. Which is maybe okay with a 4, 8 black dot. And a 9 below the 8. And I don't know what went in the other place,
9.
but I suspect I've lost track of a 5, 7, or 9.
No, then there's a 3 left over that works.
Okay, I think that just works. If everything I said was correct.
With these being 6. Also, hi, tall cat, message retracted. It's being pointed out that this puzzle is really symmetric along this diagonal.
Yep.
Is it just this white dot that breaks it?
I think so.
Oh, it's this white dot and this black dot. No.
No, that black dot does reflect.
It's
and
just
box
this...
3. Box 3, right.
yeah, in box 3.
So these 2 digits are congruent mod 3. Is there any chance that we're supposed to color this mod 3? Because of the deduction I said earlier, those 2 are definitely the same mod 3. Right. Okay, so MicroStudy's right. There's more mod 3 stuff going on because, okay, I think this is a mod 3 puzzle, actually, because these definitely sum to a multiple of 3. Those sum to a multiple of 3. And these all sum to a multiple of 3. And so actually...
This must be a multiple of 3.
That must be a multiple of 3, right. So the point there... the point there is that... these sum to a multiple of 3, all of them, but the box sums to a multiple of 3 because it sums to 45. Oh, microstudy pointing out that there's a 3 in the title, and that might be helpful to note.
Actually, so the same is true here. So this is a 3-6 pair.
Yep. Okay.
So
So those are 7, 8, 9.
Yep. And
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So with that being an 8, and we get to bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So these are 1, 2, 4, 5, I guess.
Sure.
Let's see.
Oh, wow. This being 7, we already figured out necessitates both of these being 6, which breaks box 5.
That's true. I think that's true. So I guess to say that in a way that's more elegant, let's just go back and say that in a way that does this puzzle justice.
These are a multiple
if these
of 3.
are 3, 6, they're the same 3, 6 because of the way 3, 6s work, and that would break this box because these 3, 6s are different. So these are from 1, 2, 4, and that one can be an 8.
This one can also be an 8.
That's the only one that can be 8. These are from 1, 2, 4, 8, but this one can be 8, and the other 2 can't be. And so the point now is that our earlier argument that this digit, that these 2 digits sum to a multiple of 3 tells us that this one's not a 9 because this would need to be a multiple of 3. And so this is a 9.
Right, because these are the only places for 9 in the box.
Right. My whole point, if this wasn't to argue with the logic, my whole point was to say this was a really nicely set up logical deduction that we were going to do with a gross bifurcation. If we just said, oh, we looked ahead earlier and this didn't break because all of this had to happen. I just wanted to show what was actually happening.
Yeah.
Okay, so so I mean, let's just mark these are from 1, 2, 4, 8, and these are from and these are from 1, 2, 4, 8 as well, because they can't be 3, 6. So that seems useful. Especially given that we're now getting these 1, 2, 4s looking into these things.
We have almost quadruples in these.
We do have
boxes.
Almost quadruples in those boxes. That is true. If this is 4, 8, doesn't it break this row? Because if this is 4, 8, it could be. So if this is 4, 8, these would have to be 5, 6, 7, or 1, 2, 3. But 1, 2, 3 doesn't work, but 5, 6, 7 does, I think. So I don't think that quite breaks. It comes close to breaking, though. Let's see. Yeah, that's assuredly true.
This can't be 1, 2, or 2, 4.
Yeah, but I haven't gone through the proof, but it seems like the kind of thing that should be easy to prove.
Yeah, if this is 1, 2, how do you make 9 in 2 different ways? Without... wait.
3 and 6 are, funnily enough, either both on here or both on here, because 3 and 6 go together in all three of these places.
Yep.
So I guess that's just another proof that this digit's not 3, 6. But we already knew that digit wasn't 3, 6 because of the mod 3 thing.
If this was 1, 2, you'd have a 3 here, and 1, 2, and 3 would be gone.
That's certainly true. Yeah. Yeah. So certainly this is not 1, 2, 3, or certainly not 1, 2. And if this is 2, 4, one of the arrows is 1, 8, and now this cell has no value. Because there's only 2 valid 9 arrows. If these are 2, 4. And one of them is 3, 6, but one of them is 1, 8.
So these are 3, 6 or 4, 8.
Yep, that is all we have said, yes.
This probably, yeah.
Right. So smart spot from DWeb. And I guess, yeah, the 4, 6 only goes this way because the 5 would have to go here. We've still got 5 and 7 to place in this box. And we could put both 5 and the 7 on the arrow. But if we do that, we put them with a 4 and a 2, and so then this becomes 3, 6. I'm trying to figure out some sort of weird coloring thing between these. I'm trying to decide if we can figure out something like if this is 4, 8, that it's breaking because it's seeing, because there's also this relationship. I can't quite figure out exactly what's going on, but I feel like the fact that all of these are related is a thing. Well, this cell's never an 8 now, per Jaleb's point. Because if that cell's an 8, then these are a 3, 6, but now I don't have 2 arrows worth to make. Because if this is a 3, oh no, that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. Because if that's 3, 6, it still leaves 2 arrows. Never mind. Oh, except if this is an 8 now, this is a 1. So that definitely doesn't work. Because the 8's got to go in the 1's got to go in the box somewhere, and it can't go in an arrow if I make this an 8. So yeah, so that's not an 8. So we now, I guess, know that there's a 2 in these 2 cells and a 2 in these 2 cells for whatever limited amount that is going to do for us. So if there's no 8 here, then these are a 1, 2, 4 triple, and in fact, that's a 1, 4. Is that somehow a problem? Not that I can immediately see anyway. Nemafish has a very smart spot, which there needs to be a 7 in that string of white dots, because if the 7 goes elsewhere, where else is it going to go? And so it's certainly not going on the black dot. And so it would have to be either on the arrow, in which case the arrow would need to sum to 9. And so we would have a 7 to 9 arrow. But a 7 to 9 arrow would break every combination of this. Is that right? What's wrong with the 9-7 combo?
Oh, well, where are so 7 and 9 for the row and the column are in these cells. Either way, there's a 7 in the on the white dots. So does that mean these are both 9? No, not necessarily.
What are you saying? I don't understand
Okay.
this where 7 is business.
Look at column 4. Ask where 7 and 9 go.
Okay, got it.
They
Yep,
are
yep, yep.
in these 4 cells.
Right, okay.
Only
got
one
it.
of them can be here. And if it's the 7, then you can't put the 9.
Right, okay, yep.
So there's a 7 in these and a 7 in these.
Very nice.
So if we want, these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, they can't both have a 6. And in similar fashion, these two circles can't both be 9 because of that. They'd look at that. If one of them is 9, then we put a 3, 6 there. Is that a problem? I don't know.
So let's see.
If this is a 9, then we have to ask where 3 and 6 go in this box. One of them has to go here because we can't put them both there and we can't put them both on the arrows. So if this is a 9, it actually means this is a 3 and that's the 6. But I don't quite see what I'm doing with that yet. So this would be 6, 7, 8 or 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, or 5, 6, 7. And then this would have to be, oh, this couldn't be 1, 8. Yeah, I feel like that's close, but I feel like I'm missing something perhaps more elegantish. There's a bunch of multiples of 3 down there as well. Can I prove that one of these is a 3? Where are 3 and 6 in column 4 and row 6? Because in column 4, I can put a 3 or 6 here as long as it's exactly a 6, and I can put 1 here. But if this is a 6, one of these is a 6, in which case, where's the 3? Then it has to go here. Yes, tall cat agrees with me. So yes, one of these two cells, you can mark them in mark them in green and corner mark them with a 3. One of them is a 3.
I don't quite understand this.
Because whichever of these is a 6, where does the 3 go in its column or row? If that's a 6, there's now only one spot for 3 in the column.
That's true. Ah, and then one of these is a 6.
Uh, so
Ah, let's see. So
so
if
one
this
of
is a
these is a 789. Whichever one is the green, whichever one of these is a green, it makes this a 789, right? Because there's no 6, so
here's an argument. So whichever of these is 6, it puts a 3 here. But what if this is 3? You have to put 6 and 9 in the row, and you can't put both of them on the string of white dots. So these are only from 369.
yep, agrees. And they're only 3 or 9. They're a 3-9 pair, right? Because in no instance in what you said was it a 6.
No, 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 no. Because you could have 789 over here and a 6 here with the 3.
Oh, okay, maybe that's true. Okay.
You almost led me astray, but
Uh, for whichever one of these is a 3, let's just imagine that one. Where is the 3 going in the box? So the 3 could go there, in which case this would be a 6, or the 3 could go, well, the 3 can't go there at all, or the 3 goes there, in which case this is a 3-6. That's very interesting because it's saying that whichever one of these is a 3, it's forcing either a 3 and a 6 or a 3 and a 6. In two ways. And so the 3 here always puts 7, 8, 9 on these dots. Oh, that's interesting. So so whichever side of this whole diagonal is 3, it goes to the 7, 8, 9 over there. And so this could only be 4, 5, or 6 in that instance. That's very interesting. But I don't quite know.
although it is just Sudoku, you don't have to do math because 3 here puts 6 there, which forces 7, 8, 9.
Well, what I was doing was a lot more than saying this was 7, 8, 9. But I don't know what else to do with it yet. If that's a 6, then what happens to this box? Is another good question. So this would
So
have
in
to be a
fact,
1, 2,
these
or
aren't
3.
9, they're only 3 or 6. Wait, I might be wrong about that.
So we know one of them is a 3. And it's the
So the
one that sort of
3,
looks, I don't think that I believe you.
yeah.
Uh
Oh, so Tallcat is right. These can't both be 7, 8, 9 because one of these is 6 and we'll put a 7, 8, or 9 in its circle.
that's
Oops.
true.
So these aren't both 7, 8, 9.
So they don't both have a 9. So the greens are a 3-9 pair.
Yes.
I want to do something with this weird 3-9 pair that we have, but I cannot for the life of me figure out what it is we're supposed to do with it. Uh uh
People are saying this has to be only 5 or 7, but that seems like horrible case logic.
because if you put 5 and 7 on the arrows, then you use a 4 and a 2.
Oh, is that the point?
And so these would have to be 3, 6. And so if you use 3, 6, 4, 2, and that would be a 1 in that cell. And so the digit we haven't placed is, sorry, that would be 3. Yeah, right. That would be 3, 6, 4, 2, 5, 7, 9. I'm left with 1 and 8. And so you would put an 8 here. And
Next
the point
to
is
a
you
3
can't
or
put an 8
6.
there.
So one of 5 and 7 in the box has to go here.
Yep.
So that's not a 3. That's not a 6.
Yep. And yeah, these are 1 and 2 mod 3, which is not useful. We know these two are the same mod 3, but I don't know that that's helpful yet. Let's see. Our successor says this can't be a 4, but I don't quite see why. This is a 4. This would be a 5. Uh, uh, oh, right. Okay. So,
Yeah. Wow. So if this is a 4, then these are both 2. Then these are both 4, 8, and now neither of these can be 7, 8, 9. But have we proven that one of them must be? Yes. If neither of these is 7, 8, 9, you've made both of these 9, which doesn't work.
I don't see what's wrong with these being 4, 5 to people in chat who are saying that there's this other way of doing this, which I don't quite follow. So I agree that 5, if it goes on an arrow, goes with a 4, but I don't yet see any deep lore about what we can get out of that. Uh, uh,
But I think the conclusion here is that this has to be a 2. Because the breaking argument works whether this is 1 or 4.
uh, so I believe your argument. I don't know that I believe chat's argument about it, but I think I believe that has to be a 2, and so the thing next to it has to be a 7.
So we're good to go on this?
I'll believe you. If it breaks, it breaks.
I am pretty convinced this can't be 1 or 4.
I'm
if these are
confident you're not
both
wrong. I just don't
2
understand it.
The point is, if these are both 2, green end up being the same digit.
Yep, that makes sense. Got it. Got it. Yep.
So this is 2. These are not 2. These
And
add
now that is a 7.
Now that's a 7, 6, and 3. That's a 9. So
this is a 3 because greens were a pair.
That's a 3. So we get 6 and 3. This is from 7, 8, 9. No 6 here, so no 5 either. So these are
so
7,
they are
8,
7,
9.
8, 9. So this from 1, 2, 4 up above, meaning that there's no 2 there. And so there's a 2 in the column. And there's also a 5. Sorry, and there is a 5 here because we have a 1, 2, 4, 5 quad, and the 5 is there. So that rules 5 out of those. This is 1, 2, 3, of course.
Here,
this is certainly 4, 5, 6.
surely, we
And
already
4
said it
doesn't
can't be
work.
4.
Yep. So if it's a 5, then these are a 1, 4 with a 3, 6. And if it's a 6, then I think those are a 2, 4.
6 with a 2, 4 doesn't leave us any options for this.
Six with a 1, 5. What's wrong with 6 with a 1, 5?
6 with a 1, 5. 6 with a 1, 5 and a 3 here leaves us 2, 4 for the dot. But it definitely can't be a 6 with a 2, 4.
So it's either 1, 4 or 1, 5. So these are from 1, 4, 5. Oh, it can't be 5. Duh. Okay. It can't be 5 because it was a 5. These would be 1, 4 and look up at that. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is 6 with a 1, 5. There we go.
6 with a 1, 5. That's a 3. And now these are 2, 4.
And that makes this a 4 because the 1, 5 looking up, which then makes this a 2 and a 4. And so you can sort out all that stuff.
1, 2. So this is a 4, 5 pair.
Yep. And so there's no 1 on this black dot anymore, which places the 1 in row 6. So if there was a 1 in the black dot, it would break this cell.
Yes. So 1 in the row goes here.
Yep. So now this is a 2, and that's not an 8.
Not a 2, not an
there's
8.
definitely a 4 corner marked here, microstudy points out. And so that resolves the 4 and the 5 over in box 5. And
and
that
gives us this one.
resolves. No, honey. You did it wrong. You used 4 corner marks to place a 4. Okay, so these are 6, 7, 8. And so now we know that this is a 9, and that's a 3. 7 and 9. And now these assuredly have to be 4, 5.
Which
Because
looks
they're
like
not
it.
3, 6, 2, 7, or 1, 8. And so now the dot is 1, 2. We know the order. And the 6, 8 looks over at this, making it 2, 4. Okay, this has to be 3, 6 because it has a 2, 4 looking at it.
Yep.
And so this has to be 4, 8 because it's got a 1, 2 looking at it and a 3, 6.
We know the order.
Yep.
So that's a 6. That's an 8. We have to put a 7 in row 4, points out Nicholas.
And we have another digit we have to put in that row, which is a 3.
So there's a 3 in one of these cells. Oh, and we know which one. And that's a 2.
Okay, so we can probably figure out. Okay, so remember that these 3 cells need to contain some number of 5, 7, 9s. Neither of these cells can be 7 or 9. So we need a 7 or 9 on the arrow somewhere. So that means that this is certainly from 7, 8, or 9, but that means it's from 7 or 9 because there's already an 8 in the box. So I feel like I argued for that in an incredibly convoluted way, but that's okay. Of course, it'd be really nice because 2 is corner marked in this box, but we don't quite yet know exactly where. Garion suggesting placing the 9 in row 8 is being useful. That's true. The 9 in row 8 just goes here. That will make life much easier.
Oops.
Very good spotting to Garion.
7.
So now 2, 5 has to go on the arrow.
Yes. And that is a something.
It's a 1.
4 and 5. 1 and 5. And sudoku to the end? Just about?
Well, we'll have to do a little bit with the arrow in box 3, but yes, you can certainly mark the grid. And just fill in lots of digits.
Yep. Do.
Let's see. And now.
It must be like some hidden single somewhere. If this is a 1, 8, then you have 2 2s in the row.
Yep. That is true.
So that's a 5, that's a 4, that's an 8, that's a 1.
Very nice.
Chat saw it. And that's going to take us home.
Yeah, I was looking for if this is a 1-8 or a 4-5, then it makes these 4 digits in 3 cells, which was not what happened. It made this 1 digit in 2 cells. Very nice puzzle.
Congratulations to the 4 betters, of which there was 1.
Woohoo!
Gonna get about 900 points.
Nicely done. Don't spend it all in one place.
It was Nikolai.
Congratulations, Nikolai.
Do you want to end off, or do you want to do a 6x6?
I'm happy to end off, but if you want to do a 6x6, I will do it with you.
Let's do one 6x6.
Okay, we can do one 6x6.
Make up for our slogging at the beginning of stream.
Oh, well, it happens. We will see if it will be a 6x6 that I have already done on stream, and if that helps.
We could do the let's do the Paul Fly Knap Danebahn.
I do not know what that is, but I will do it with you.
I told you about this one. It's Renbans, except they're missing a digit.
Ah. Oh, I didn't realize that was a 6x6.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are Renbans, except they're missing an interior digit.
Yep.
Which is very interesting. So the thing I see immediately is that means this is not a 1 or a 6.
Hang on.
And it's not a 3 either. So this is a 2, 4, or 5 only.
This one, 2, 4, 5.
And exactly the same argument applies to this cell. And this is just because this length 5 Knopfbahn,
and these can't be 4 and 5.
Right. So there's a 2 on them. Yep.
And so the other one's a 4.
Contains, the reason for this is that this line and its friend both need a 1 and a 6. Otherwise, it breaks the rules. Jaleb pointing out you can do a little coloring and color that cell is equal to that cell and this cell is equal to that cell if you're into that kind of thing. Let's see. So what's left in this column? Why don't you fill in the rest of the column? Because we've only
1,
got
5,
Wait,
6.
how did you take off 5?
Because we knew there 5? Was a because we knew there
was
a 2
right.
on
2,
this
5
line.
Is not a valid 2, 5 is missing too many digits.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yep. Agree. So yes, there's 1, 5, and 6 coming in over there. So this 2 or 4.
Which 2 or 4?
Oh, no, never mind. Well, actually, this 2 or 4 must be the digit that doesn't show up. Oh, no, maybe not. Never mind. I'm just trying to figure out if we know something about like what the digit that doesn't appear. Yeah, this is the digit that doesn't appear. Never mind.
So this can't be a 4, 5, 6 because that breaks the rules, and it doesn't have a 3 on it.
Yep. So it's got a 1 or a 2.
It always has a 2.
Why does it always have a 2? Oh, right. Because again, I keep
Otherwise,
thinking
it
the whole
skips
thing is
2
that,
and 3.
yeah, I was thinking it had to skip too many digits. So it always has a 2, right? So
So
so the
one of
2 is
these
down
is a
there.
2. Whoops.
So this digit's a 2 or a 3 by Sudoku. Because otherwise 2, 3 go here, and that's no good.
Yep.
And we know, oh, not quite.
Oh, is there also always a 4 on this line? Right, because it's missing 3. So there's
Right.
always a 4 as well.
So those are a 2, 4 pair.
Yep.
Fascinating. Okay, very cool.
So there's a 4 on this line, and it
and so this
goes.
is a 1 or a 5, not a 6.
There's a 4 on this line, and it goes with a 2 or a 6.
No, these are a 2, 4, 3 triple by Sudoku. And you know what order they go.
Oh, right. That has to be the 3. This has to be the 2, 4. There we go.
This is not a 6.
Right.
And so these digits are 1, 5, and 6, and we can probably sort out what that has to mean. So I can't put
this
a
has
1
to be
here
5 and 6. This has to be the 1.
Right.
Otherwise, we're skipping 2.
Yep.
These are
And
1,
those
5,
are from
and
1, 5,
6
as well, of course. Green's not 1, 3, or 6. So you might as well pencil mark what green is, because green sees the 6 in this box. So it is 2, 4, or 5 only.
Green sees the 6 in this box.
Because the 6 in this box is in one of the 2 cells I circled. And green sees both of them.
So green sees both of them, and it's not 1 or 3 either.
So it's 2, 4, or 5.
So this can't be 1.
2 just doesn't work. Green just can't be 2, right? Because there will be more than one digit missing between a 2 and a 5 or a 6.
So this is actually 4 and 6.
Yep,
there
it
can
is
be
4,
no
2, 4,
5.
and 6. And we know that green is also 4 in its other appearance. And so that fills in the 2 and the 4.
See, this can still be 1 or 5.
2, 5, and 6 finish column 4. And purple's not 6.
Right. Because of this 4, you can't make a Daneban with a 1 on it. So 1 in this box has to go here. That's Sayori's point.
Very smart. This Daneban has a 4 on it, which seems worth marking in the corner.
So one of these is 4.
Oh, this is just a 1, right? Oh, could 1 go on here with a 4? Maybe 1 could go on that Daneban with a 4. And then a 2. Would have to be 1, 4, 2, but that might be okay.
Let's pencil the possibilities for this.
Yep.
It's always missing a 4.
Mm-hmm.
So it is 2, 3, 5 or 3, 5,
3,
6.
5, 6. So it's always got a 3 and a 5. And so the 5 doesn't go there. So the 5 definitely goes in the column. in that box, which now rules 5 out of this cell because it sees both 5s. This digit's also only a 3 or a 5 because of just row and column stuff.
Microstudy doesn't think 5 works up here.
Yes. That's clever. If it's a 5, it goes with it's 5, 4, and what? It would have to be 5, 4, and 2, but that breaks purple. That is very clever to microstudy.
Wow. So purple is 5.
Yep. And so that can't be a 6 in row 1, column 4 because it would be missing. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Maybe it can be.
So what's left in this column? 1 and 2.
That bottom one seems not to be able to be 2.
Oh.
Thank you, Sven. So this is a 5 or a 6 over here.
What? Yeah, this is a 5 or a 6. There we go.
There's also a 2 on this line, just by Sudoku now. And so it can't be 2, 4, 6.
Right. So
that's a 2.
A 2.
And so it's 2, 4, and what? It can't be 2, 4, and 5. So it's 2, 4, and 1. Up there.
Sorry, I'm spinning.
Oh, that's fine. And now I think you can spend to the end, as they say. Is there a 9x9 version of this, Paul Fly? This definitely feels like this has
Legs?
possibilities. Although maybe like the break-in here where we used that, maybe that doesn't work so well in if it's bigger. But I really enjoyed that one at least. It was a very cool idea. Paul Fly says, not yet. Maybe this, but it's a Philomeno. That'll make it. That'll make everyone happy. Very cool puzzle. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. Greatly appreciate it. It's a version where it's almost a Nabner, but it misses being a Nabner by 1. Is that the plan? I guess that's like an antimatter line almost. Almost. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Do please like the stream if you haven't yet liked the stream. Greatly appreciated. And if you want to be someone who supports the stream, you can do that for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button down below. We greatly appreciate all of you who support us. And you see the names of all the supporters on all of the thank you screens that we do up when we do the Be Right Back or whatever. So you can see all those. Thank you, everyone. And also, special thank you we always like to end with to our turbines, the people who donate at the top level. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, Nell, and Dorlier. Thank you so much to all of you. We'll see you all again soon. I'll be back streaming on Friday, and Tristan will be back streaming on Tuesday. So I said that in the wrong order. On Tuesday, Tristan will be streaming, and then on Friday, I will be streaming. So thank you all very much. Small chance of a bonus setting stream sometime this week for me because I am off Monday through Wednesday, so I might attempt to do a setting stream again. It was very popular last time, and I enjoyed it. But anyway, thank you, everyone. I look forward to seeing you all real soon. Bye for now.
See ya.